Welcome, members of Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters, to Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters Open Mic Night, where the subscribers of Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters get to share their experiences, stories, whatever the case might be, whatever it is. It's Open Mic Night here tonight. For those who follow on Restream, YouTube, Facebook, and for those who follow my show TikToks under HCS895, good evening, everybody. I hope everybody is doing great tonight. And Mia got me plenty of rest, so I'm energized up. Decided to go early tonight so we can do this. I'm fixing to share this to the groups that I share to, brothers and sisters. Here we are, all shared out now, brothers and sisters. How you doing, Texas Learning? Welcome to Spiritual Encrypted Encounters Open Mic Night. Decided to do it 1 hour earlier than I normally do. So here we go. Here we are. How you doing today, brother? Hope you're doing great. How you doing, brother Scott Baker? What I'm gonna do is drop the link already, uh, and I'm gonna pin it up there so people can know that the link is up. Okay. And I'll pin that up on top. There's a link. Yeah, I'm doing good. Got me some good rest. I guess when we went off the air, I think I went to sleep like around 7 something, and then woke up like around 11:30. Then I went back to sleep for a little bit more. So I'm well rested for tonight to see who's got stories to share. You know, I had me some good luck today. I mean a little bit of money playing on this game that I normally play, and I hit big there, but not too big, but enough. So uh, besides that, I'm just resting. I did not work out uh, today. I haven't worked out since Monday. Couldn't work out Monday because they took did INR. They drew blood off my arm, so I got to let that heal. So hopefully tomorrow I'll be able to get me a good workout. I need to start implementing cardio back into my workout regimen. We'll see. Uh, He's getting your coffee. That's, I guess it must be during the day over there where you're at. I mean, a morning. Yeah, got to drink your coffee. Got to get the caffeine rush. There a lot of people. The people that show up, they know I'll go live late. But I said, let me surprise them and go live 1 hour earlier. Why not? I really was thinking about going even sooner than that, like around 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. But I was like, I'm just used to doing it the time frame that I do it, and I've been doing it for so long like this. As you seen last night, we had some people jumping in. I guess playing the games that they play. Uh, Coming in here with a fake profile, saying a story that's most likely not true. They're blocking the moderators from seeing them, but I already took care of that individual. But I more or less know who's doing all this, But I'll leave it up to God. At the same time, if it continues tonight, I'll be blocking some people tonight. So I'll leave it at that. Tsunami watch 8.7 mega earthquake near Japan. Oh wow. Yeah, normally when there's an earthquake, there's always some kind of activity with Mother Nature that happens. I think yeah, we'll see what happens with the tsunami watch. Is that the one where the tsunami is like a giant tidal wave and just goes over the city? It covers the city with water, like a giant tidal wave. Yeah, I've never been involved in a tsunami. I've been involved in a let me see, an earthquake. I've been through an earthquake, but not a big earthquake. More of hurricanes, tornadoes, um, but nothing else like that. You got a tsunami, then you got a typhoon. So let me see who's here in the comments. We still got Scott Baker. Let me see if I got something here to share with y'all. There's Texas Lermy.
Yeah,
Right,
I do.
Texas Lermy.
Yeah. It's 4 in the morning here, so I just woke up and need my coffee.
Oh wow. And over here is 10. 10 p.m. Central Time, where I'm located at in
Oh yeah,
Texas. Been very hot during the day.
yeah. What's it like today? How hot?
Yeah, I don't know how hot. I stay indoors, man, but I know it was hot. It's been hot.
Oh, it's been pretty mild over here.
Ryan Multiverse says the Pacific Rim is getting lit up.
It's probably not even 80 here.
Man, nowadays you don't even know what to believe if something like that is real or not because It's all AI generated nowadays.
Yeah,
They
lots
could
of
say
things are.
they could say there's a tsunami hitting that area, and next thing you know, they'll show all of that area destroyed, and it's all AI generated. Can't even believe what the news says nowadays.
Yeah, I don't put it past them.
They want to play a Houdini or the wool over eyes, people's eyes, like fake news, fake media.
I mean, it's
You've
all
been
been a
seeing it.
fake
You've been
bubble.
seeing it all through the news. The fake things have been happening. You know.
Oh, at this point, I don't even watch the news. So many things, just a facade, and then this political drama is going on, and everybody's supposed to have an opinion about that. It just can't be bothered anymore.
Hmm. It's crazy.
Oh, definitely. I know some people, they have opinions and they can't even pronounce the name right of the people they have an opinion about. So, oh well.
No, I'm saying that what I'm saying, Ryan, is you can believe everything the news says because of the AI. You know, AI generated. It's like going watching a movie on at the Cinemark. You could tell it's fake because if you really pay attention to it, you'll be able to tell it's fake. Even the individuals, because it's all artificially made, so you can tell it's fake. That's why I don't pay attention to the news or nothing like that. You know, I just have my relationship with Jesus Christ, and He's the one that guides me, man. You know, if there's something surfaces up that I'm seeing that I'm actually visually seeing, then yeah, there's concern. But if I'm not visually seeing something, I'm not going to worry about what the news outlets are saying or what they're trying to show through social media because, like I said, there's a lot of AI out there. You can't believe what they're saying. A lot of fake stuff. Just like there's fake stuff, there's fake stories where you can tell is BS.
Yeah, and I don't know at the current point what we're supposed to be afraid of this time.
It's another part of fear mongering. The news outlets are like, okay, now we can make this happen and make it look like this and this. So it can look real, so we can do the fear mongering. You know, they're trying to control the people through fear. You know, and I'm not
Yeah,
worried about that.
that's just one way they operate. One good
Yeah,
way to find out if there's a crisis or not, or at least what people believe, is to go to the store and see if the toilet paper is still there. For some reason, and I don't know why, the first thing people think about when they are in a panic is toilet paper.
toilet paper and water.
Yeah, everybody's all about the toilet paper. Like, is that your priority? Hmm.
If there is a crisis like that, you ain't gonna have enough food in your stomach to even have to use toilet paper.
Well, basically that.
You're gonna lose weight. What's more important than toilet paper will be the water because you need to stay hydrated. You can't dehydrate. Of course, water and food.
Oh, those two are the main things. I mean, for me, toilet paper is way down the
What is
list.
toilet paper gonna do?
Well, exactly.
It's gonna be able to blow your nose and
Yeah.
you know use it to wipe. But besides that, toilet paper is not what's gonna make you continue to live. It's water and some food. But water, you need water.
Yeah, and that's what I thought as well. But every time a crisis hits, the first thing people will get is toilet paper. It's just mind-boggling.
Yeah. They're like, oh shit, we don't got no toilet paper.
Maybe that's why they think, oh shit, and so on and so forth. And
I haven't Ryan Multiverse. I don't know, man. About Hawaii, I haven't been paying attention to the news. I I do this podcast at nighttime, and then I sleep during the day. Then I wake up, eat me some supper. Then here I am, ready to do the show. Yeah, I think I seen before I got on Facebook, something lit up on Facebook about a tsunami warning for Hawaii and all those areas. That's what I seen. But I've seen a lot of stuff on Facebook that it's not real too. So I'm not buying it. You know, I mean, if something's going to happen, I don't want to see something that's AI generated. It's kind of like, I'll give you an example of this. What I'm trying to say. You all remember when the COVID happened? That it start. It was from a certain town in a certain area over there where supposedly the virus started.
oh yeah,
I'm
that
a
is
I'm a
very.
mineral collector. I'm a mineral collector in the same location where this virus started. I bought minerals. I was buying minerals from a guy there, and I spoke to him and I said, "Hey, are you okay? Is everything okay over there?" He told me this: "Do not pay attention to what they're telling you," and he says, "Do not take the shots." Said that's what they try to do to us over here. Try to say there's a virus and all this, and they try to force us to take shots uh, to eliminate us, downsize the population. And so there's nothing deadly like that happening here, and this is where it's supposedly begun. And he's telling me everything's okay, but he basically said don't buy into the bullshit of what they're trying to do. And he said it's not the first time this happened to them. You noticed? I think if you really look into the old movies from the early '90s, they're already wearing masks over there because the government's got them living in fear mongering, and they're overpopulated, so they try to depopulate. So how they depopulate is no difference than when somebody goes to hospice and say, "We're going to give you this shot just so you can relax," and then see, "Oh, the person is gone." Well, that's exactly what they did,
That's
right?
what our vaccine philanthrope was also talking about. He has actually some videos on YouTube as well about controlling population. And we were supposed to believe he's such a good guy. He just blatantly says it. Like we need to control the population. Like, oh, hang on. And by population, you mean all the people.
So well, basically what I'm saying, if the news is telling you something, I just seen a video where they're saying that if they're talking about low income people, right? They're saying the low income people are are in danger right now. They're in danger that they might get COVID if they don't take the COVID shots. I see it on the news. That's what they said. I was like, low. What does low income have to do anything? If uh, because they're trying to get the low income people, right? People that are on what do they call it, food stamps or whatever. They want them to go rush to the hospital because they're seeing it in the news. They're talking about low income people that they need to take those COVID shots because if they don't take the COVID shots, their life is at risk. So what about the rest of the people, right? I thought that the COVID was a pandemic that's airborne, right? So what did do they just name say low income people? You figure if it's something that threatful, it's going to affect every human being.
Yeah,
I'm just
I don't.
saying that you're reading between the lines. You can see the bullshit.
Yeah, it is because I don't think a virus would go out and just check your credit score before thinking, well, should I go in or not? I mean, a virus just is. You know?
It's crazy, because it said low income people. It's like why they what is a virus set to go attack low income people? Go attack only low income people, only people that are on food stamps. Go attack them, and they're expecting for the people that are they're low income. They probably have no cable. They're watching the news. They said, and they're sending the message: go to the hospital, take the vaccines, take the COVID vaccine because your life is in danger. It's it's crazy, man. I was seeing that. Me and my brother were listening to that. We could, we look at each other and we're like, man, do they really expect people to be that dumb? That they're gonna get up and go line up at the hospitals because the news said that if they don't go take a shots, they're in danger. Mind control.
Well, I have heard some people, and those people they have studied, so they are uh, conventionally smart, but they make the stupidest argument about it. Because I was just debating with a guy and say, okay, so if there are people who are like more fragile health wise, so they can stay inside, and I'm like, okay, fine with me. But I asked them, what would it do for them if I also had to stay inside while I'm just, fit, while I'm healthy, and I can actually contribute to society? What does it? I mean, I would be way more beneficial if I just contribute to society so those people can get healthcare. But for some reason, that really didn't click, and I said, and I was being guilt tripped about, just wanting to go to work. Because what good does it do if I just stay inside and they also stay inside, so they wouldn't catch COVID from me anyway? But no, apparently they knew all better, so I rested my case.
Well, you remember when they said in 1999 that it was going to be the end of the world?
I was a bit young at the time, but yeah,
There were
no
Fear-mongering
problem.
saying that a certain date, certain time, the end of the world was going to happen, and here we are, like how many 20 something years later, 25 years later, and we're still here.
I mean, we're also supposed to have died in 2012,
Yeah,
and and especially if you look at the climate, quote unquote, science, every decade just say like, oh, in 2 decades we would have all died, but they started in the 60s. In the 60s, they say in the 80s we would be it's unbearable. In the 70s, say in the 90s it's unbearable, and then it's year 2000. But now I'm supposed to believe that in 2030 or in 2040 it's unbearable now. Well, I've looked at the history. So, and I'm supposed to believe that nowadays we are right. We've never been right about this, but this time we are correct. It doesn't add up for me.
yeah, but it's crazy, if there's something like that happening. I mean, we can keep people in prayer. So we're praying for those. We're praying for the people that they say it's a tsunami or what kind of storm was it? A
Apparently,
tsunami.
there's a tsunami.
We're praying for all the people around the tsunami. If there's a tsunami, we're praying for for the tsunami to die down, Heavenly Father, before the earthquake happened, and for the people to be protected by you, Heavenly Father. This we pray in your name. Amen.
Amen.
How you doing, Andres? I think only the people that live along the coastlines or in the islands that know about the tsunamis, typhoons, tidal waves, and all that kind of stuff. I grew up along the coastline down in South Texas, so I got to see a lot of hurricanes, and tornadoes. We would get flooded pretty bad. I'm just saying, Ryan, that the fear mongering has been used by social media numerous times throughout the past. That you don't know what to believe. That's why people should be praying to the Heavenly Father. If there is a tsunami, if there was an earthquake, for Him to intervene.
Yeah, one could argue it's good to look outside, but what I see as well in a lot of countries, every country is just looking at other countries and see how they are doing and how we're supposed to be concerned about that. I mean,
He says signs
I
of times the great majority of humanity are sick. Yeah, because of the shots they took.
because if
That's what
I
they're saying.
yeah they are. I mean, have you seen how many people that's below 50 that died of heart attacks while they seem healthy otherwise?
Because of the shots.
Yeah, exactly.
This thing's been happening for years, Ryan's. There's been tsunamis, there's been earthquakes, fires. Last year, like I said, California was burning, but a lot of those fires were started by people. So that's not the fires that the Heavenly Father's talking about. He's talking about the fires coming from the sky. That's what he's talking about. Kind of like in the times of Sodom and Gomorrah, those kind of fires. I mean, could be a volcanoes erupting, and that does that too. So that's why it's important to have a relationship with Jesus Christ.
It
Yeah, I
is.
didn't. I didn't even know that there was an earthquake, man. Like honestly, till before I started the show, I seen something about about a tsunami. It was just a picture where supposedly an earthquake happened. There was like a real high one, like a 9 point something. What was the numbers that they said? Can't remember. It was high numbers or top something. Let me see. It was an 8.7 hurricane. There's some that is an 8.8. Yeah, 8.7, 8.8 earthquake. Japan, Alaska, and Hawaii or an alert.
Oh, oh yeah, I just looked it up. It, Maybe I'm just becoming numb at this point. I see news like that. It's like, yeah, yeah, okay, happens.
I've been seeing news like that for about 2 weeks with AI, where they're not just saying something; they're showing pictures of people flooding and stuff, and it's all AI generated. That the world's coming to an end. I think I seen one where there was fire everywhere from supposedly a volcano that erupted, but it was all AI generated. It's like you don't know what to believe.
Oh, AI is getting damn clever nowadays.
I seen a thing with a giant snake, but you could tell it was AI. You can tell it's not AI. There's something wrong with it because I can tell, and I'm old school. You can tell when it's AI generated.
I mean, at the current times, yes, but I've seen the growth of AI. If you look at AI from like 2 years ago, it was really obvious. Now it's you can still see it, but it's not as obvious anymore. So if you see the
Well,
uphill trend, then
well, any situation dealing with Mother Nature, it is a scary situation. I've been in tornadoes, hurricanes. Tornadoes come when you least expect it. They come from the sky. They can like right beside you. Yeah, it's scary when you're seeing your neighbor's roof falling, getting ripped off and stuff like that, and winds are real high. That all your stuff is flying around everywhere. Uh, yeah, a scary situation, but that's when you have to have your faith. That's when you pray to the Heavenly Father to protect you. I went out there during the tornado, and I had to open up my gate because the back of the yard, all the way up to halfway up my sliding door, was flooded. So I went out there in the middle of the tornado, and wind was blowing real strong, stuff flying around, and I banged the door open so the water could come out of my backyard. If I would have done that, our backyard would have been flooded, and all the water would have come inside the house.
oof,
But
that's
sometimes you have to zone out what's going on around you just to do what you got to do.
yeah, exactly. And I agree with Ryan that AI gets destroyed at some point, and I also believe, just to add to that, it needs to be. Okay, I don't think it's like an inherent evil, but it can definitely be used that way. Because what if they make some footage of you just walking to a back alley doing unholy things, and they have some AI saying that,
Or
and they have
committing a
your
crime.
name on it, and say, "Oh, I got footage of this person doing this to someone innocent," and it's AI. But if the court says, "Oh, that's video proof of you doing such," then it can get a bit dangerous.
Yep. Yeah, man. I've been seeing things happening that are AI for a while now. Even before AI came out, things were already happening that were AI generated. They were experimenting with it before they even put it out there.
Oh yeah, the technique is way further than we the common peasants know.
Imagine that AI can make it seem like somebody can get killed, or they got murdered, or they died, but the person can still be alive. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
exactly. And you can put someone innocent behind jails because they're on the other end of the killing. If they see you, for example, an AI footage of you killing someone, You may get sent to prison to life, or you just had a regular day.
I don't fear AI, just like I don't fear the things that are falling. So we're talking about things of the past. Uh, the only thing I hear is the power of Jesus Christ. All these people that are doing the AI, doing all these things that are against God, I don't fear none of them. Because I have my faith and believe in Jesus Christ. And like I said, I'm able to tell when something's fake as hell because the spirit knows the spirit. So you can tell when something is of spirit, and you can tell when something is not real, when it's fake. And I see a lot of that on social media outlets, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. It's everywhere. How you doing, brother Scott Baker?
And hello.
Isn't this pretty cool? To come on the computer like this. I was just thinking, like, can you imagine, like, 10 years ago or whatever, they just didn't have any of this type of software, I guess. I guess they had a form of streaming but this is like so easy, how it compared to, I think I had a job interview or something like that once before on that, what's it called, stream, some kind of stream thing. It was like it was so cumbersome. So how's everybody doing out there? Can you hear me
I went
okay?
I went early today, man. I said, you know what? Let me go early. Why not? I made sure I looked to see who was live. Nobody's live, so I said I'm going to go early. I was thinking about going around 8 or 9, but I had to eat my dinner. So 10 o'clock sounds good. So here we are at 10 o'clock. I think it's like 10, 15, 10, 20, 10, 25 by now. Oh shoot, 10:38. Somebody mentioned of the tsunami, and I told them that so that you can believe everything that you're hearing in the news. But they said there was an earthquake that was 8.7 or 8.8. The tsunami warnings all along the coastlines and islands. Even at the island where the island boys is, the island boys,
I think that earthquake hit over by Russia, like on the east side
Alaska.
of Russia, near Japan, somewhere like that. But I saw a video of that tsunami that hit like in 2011, that big one in Japan, and there was like this paranormal. It looked like a spiritual entity that came out of the water, and it looked to be about the size of like 8 foot long. It was white, and it was almost like kind of in the shape of a kind of like a dolphin, maybe, but it like hopped up to get out of the tsunami into this building. So, this whole thing about, remember we were talking about these spiritual entities in the water, and, the Texas lake, that stuff. And these things are in the water. And we were talking a few weeks ago about, people going missing in that lake in Texas, of these spiritual, entities, killing people in the lake. And then that Lake Lanier in Georgia, over since 1958, there's been like 750 people killed or died in that lake since 1958. And the recent one was like 2 months ago. Some kid, they just found his life preserver, or he had a life preserver on, and he died with a life preserver on and stuff. So what
Wow.
I'm just trying to say, if you look at that video, that mega Japan earthquake a long time ago, like 10 years ago. They show this video of this entity like getting out of this tsunami wave and climbing up in a building, but it was definitely a spiritual, it was some kind of a, it's white, and it like jumped out of the water, and it was some kind of entity came out of the water. Since we're talking about cryptids, water cryptids, I guess, right?
Yeah, so telling the viewers that tonight's open mic night, and if anybody's got any stories that they want to share, they're more than welcome to share. Whether it's paranormal, cryptid, or shoot, we're talking about a tsunami that hasn't even hit nowhere yet. It's an earthquake. There's a tsunami warnings. So if it causes an earthquake, and it causes shift in the, what do you call it?
Yeah, the seafloor. The
seafloor,
like
where they're stacked one upon another a certain way.
Yeah, these faults stuff.
The vaults,
Yeah.
it can cause floodings. Yeah.
It all depends on the shock. What kind of power is released under the water, because you take the water, and if it jumps like that, it could be like a shift of like 100 feet. So that shift in the water, that big bubble coming up, the water gets sucked out of, just like these waves that happen, all the water gets sucked out of the beaches, because it's like a vacuum in a way. Well, you have to study that stuff, but yeah, I don't know that. I just posted something like that, but I don't have any updates on it at all. So, but I do have a story, a topic that may kind of be disturbing for people. The topic is about children that lose. I'm going to set kind of a foundation here, because I'll tell you about a dream that I had, and it, not just a dream, but this was a dream, and then I asked again, like a continued dream, and so I wanted to set a foundation that I always had in my mind about children that lose their lives at an early age. What happens to them, in heaven, you think about, everyone thinks about that, who have children and how precious they are. And, there's biblical verses about that. And, it's always not curious in my mind, but I think about, people, you see, people's devastating losses about, their children passing away at a young age, and how would I feel, if something like that happened to me or other people. And when you hear this, your heart just drops, like, it's just devastating just to hear, these stories. It's just, it all make you cry, man, because it's just, it's because, children are so like innocent. I remember, my son, I was like Mr. Mom, and, they're just so, they just have this sense of like trusting. They're so innocent and trusting, and and I think, again, that story about seeing things, and at a young age, they have this, their soul or their spirit or their body is not corrupted. So they see a lot of things, and the parents go, well, you didn't see that, and all that kind of stuff. But I wanted to bring up this dream I had, and it probably happened 10 years ago, I guess. So the topic was, in my head, I was laying in bed, so I prayed. I asked God. I said, God, what happens when children die? When something happens to them and they die. And also, my brother, their second child, they had a miscarriage on their child. So these types of things even run in my family about what happens to and I think my mom had a miscarriage on her first pregnancy, and I heard that from my sister. But anyways, let me get to the story here. So you hear about these unfortunate instances that happen, and you just you almost want to turn it off because you just can't bear to listen to it. But anyways, so I'm laying in bed. So I said to God, and I'm real honest about praying and asking God what happens, because I want to know the truth, or I want to know what happens. So here's the scene. This is what happens. So I go to sleep. And the scene, this is all black and white too. I can't recall dreaming in color, but this is in black and white. And so the scene opens up, and it's a room that there's no lights, but it's lit up. And I guess I'm standing. I can't see myself, but I'm looking in this. It looks like a very small classroom, and there's a little stage probably about a foot high, and there's a podium like you would see at a church. And so there's rows of children, and they're sitting Indian style, meaning they're not in chairs, but they're sitting on the floor in front of the podium, and they're cross-legged. So you guys, you know what that is, right? And the age group, this is just a thought. These they're human children that are all in white. They're all in this white, kind of like they're not wearing robes or any kind of clothes, but they're in this white, fuzzy, etheric matter kind of thing. And, head, two arms, they're just totally human looking, and they're sitting there, and there's probably like 1, 2, 3, maybe like 3 or 4 rows of children, but in each row there's 4 or 5. So it's like a little small classroom. And the teacher, I guess I would call him the teacher, he's in front of the podium, and he's probably his height. And there's no genitalia. He's the same kind of what I described as the little children, but he's taller. He's like probably about 5 foot tall, and the children are probably like, I don't know, 2.5, 3 feet tall, I think, sitting there cross-legged. So anyways, I'm looking at this, and it's all black and white. And, they have the hand, there's hands, legs, arms, torso, head, and it's not kind of, it doesn't look like kind of an alien thing. It looks more humanistic as far as features go. But again, this is black and white, and their eyes are black or dark. There's not, again, this is not in color. So, I'm not saying that this is some kind of, I was taken aboard an alien ship or whatever, but I'm just telling what the dream is about. So he's lecturing and he's not talking. So I'm standing there observing this, and it's only a matter of like in let's just say our human seconds, I would say it's like maybe like 15 seconds, let's just say, as far as dream state observation. Okay. So, and all of a sudden the dream, it disappears, and I don't know what happens after that, whether I dreamt another dream or whatever. So the next day, so I'm laying in bed again, and I ask God, and I say, well, who took me there? I want to know, like, how did I get there? Who took me there? So the dream opens up the same way. The teacher is there. The children are still there. Okay. But this is what the really kind of astonishing, what happens is the scene opens up, and I'm standing there, and that teacher turns his head to look at me, and the mouth opens opens up like, what are you doing here? Like, the mouth is like a circle, like, what? Like he's looking at me like, what are you doing here? So, anyways, like very, very astonished, like now he didn't do that the first time because maybe he didn't see me, or maybe I was in spirit form. I don't know. Again, I'm just giving you the dream. So, again, the next day, this is a reoccurring dream, like a continued dream. So remember, I asked, like, who took me there? So at that instant, I look down at my hand, and it's one of those children that has my hand by my hand. And that child was like, again, it's in that etheric kind of body, the arm too, and everything. And it doesn't look up, but I look down, but its hand is in my hand, like he led me there. So that was kind of the end of the dream. But what was curious about this is that this dream was, I had prayed about that, and then I went into the scripture to find out, is there any kind of scripture related to that? Because I really have the faith that, things that we don't know, and if we're honest with God, and there's no doubt in our mind, I believe this, that could, because my prayer was answered. And so anyways, I went into scripture. I was gonna say this story last night on Wolf's channel, but I think maybe Lord wanted me to hold off on that and do some research first before you talk about this dream. So, the thing about the Bible where it talks about, Jesus mentions, the innocent children, and this is like devastating, this scripture that he says this, Matthew 18:3. He says, truly, I tell you, unless you change and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. Isn't that pretty cool? I mean, and children, when you raise children, they are so like believing in everything you say, and they're so trusting in you. They're not tainted by anything. They're so pure that it's like, in our hearts, when we have children, it's so like fantastic. Like it's like, you laugh at these situations that these, little toddlers, when they start walking, it's you just see the marvelous, once they get to be like 3 years old, or the terrible twos, get over the terrible twos, I guess they call it. And then they get like 3 years old, And it's like, oh my gosh, it's like they're so eager to learn and everything. But I thought I'd bring that story out because, it kind of points to, Jesus like takes care of all these children. This thing about abortion. I never really believed in. This is my own opinion, because when I first saw the Swedish researcher, they invented the ultrasound, and they saw the baby. I'm pretty sure it was in Sweden. They developed that ultrasound, and they were the first to like look at a baby in the womb. And when they say about conception, and again, I'm bringing this topic up because I think it's really important. Like what's happening in the world now with the wars in Gaza, the children being slaughtered, and I'm not going to get too political, but I can't even hardly even look at this massacre in the children, and it's not being reported. But anyways, getting back to the story, that trying to lose my train of thought a little bit, but the ultrasound. So I remember seeing that baby in the womb, and I have a pretty big science background in college and stuff, and I saw, and there was a big issue about abortion and when the child, if you didn't want the child, all that kind of thing. And I never believed that. I saw when a child is in the womb, like when the eggs start, everything, this is like a miracle from God. This is like God is doing all this. And, I didn't have a big religious background, but in my heart, in my mind, my soul, I knew that was life. And, I guess I'm linking this to the story of that dream I had, but it's kind of like, and then I got married, and my former wife had a different opinion about, the abortion, and we never talked about it. I didn't want to argue with her, but I thought, like in my opinion, I'm not gonna argue with her about anything. But I knew in my heart, like, that her and I were totally different on about the egg and the sperm and the fertilization and the development of an embryo in the womb of the woman. And so I never argued about that, but I knew in my heart, like, I know what's right and I know what's wrong. And so I just wanted to bring that out, because a lot of people, they may agree with me or they may disagree with me, but it's just the story that I'm bringing out as it relates to, finding Jesus Christ in my heart, and what the Bible has to say about, these issues about children. And it's very interesting that, like what I just read, become like a little child before you enter, meaning this: Jesus wants us to be like total trusting and faith, like 100+% that the kingdom of God is real, and be like a little child. Like, you ask a toddler, come and see me, and they just walk over, like, without, shrugging their shoulders or making up something. They just they're like little robots. And I think, the Lord, when we enter the kingdom of God, it's kind of a metaphor statement. Like, we come to the kingdom of God, like, total believing, like worshiping God, like, there's no other God. We know 100% that, and look what we're fighting against in the world today. Everything is against that. So even that, when you think about, what's against us out there, whether it's wars, political, you name it, everything, is you really have to come to your senses and say, well, if you see the right hand and the left hand, and you see all this stuff in the left hand, let's just say the bad stuff, and then you say to yourself, well, something's got to be better than that. Well, where are we going? So, the Bible is the reference book of what it is. So there's a comparison. So you have, just like we were talking, Abe, last night about the two paths to the kingdom of God. Broad is the way to leads to destruction, and narrow is the way, straight is the gate to travel to the everlasting life. So, so I just wanted to tell that story. And if people want to chime in or get online or make comments, because I like looking at the comments after the video, because I don't know how to really look at the comments, but I thought I'd tell that story, Abe,
Just a question about this kid that took you by the hand. Did you
I'll
see
be right
how the
back,
kid
guys. I'll
looked
let
at you?
y'all speak. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Text.
Right. Yes. About the kid that took you by the hand in the dream.
Yeah.
Did you see
Yeah.
how it looked at you?
No, it
Was
didn't look at me. I looked down, and then I noticed, like, well, who took me? So I noticed, like, its hand, 5-finger, like a little small child was holding my hand.
And it was gentle guiding and not like, oh, you gotta
Well,
see
I
this,
couldn't
I need
feel.
help.
I couldn't feel any. Yeah, exactly. But I couldn't feel any like physical, like touching. It was just like
Exactly to
I looked down because I'm like, I'm like 5'7", 5'8", right? So I looked down, and right to my left was this little child, like 3 foot tall, and it wasn't like alien, like a gray or anything like that, but it was in
I
this
understand.
white silhouette, kind of like, cloudish, cloudy kind of fig, it's hard. I don't know what the word is. You have to look it up. It's kind of like a etheric,
Ethereal. Yeah.
I don't know, something like that, and but the head, 2 arms, body, feet, torso, and it didn't look up at me and saying like, I took you here. It didn't say anything like that. I looked down at it,
I understand that, but there's
But what was a
essentially
killer was that teacher had turned his head and looked at me like, what are you doing there? Not that I'm hearing any kind of telepathical message, but what it is it was astonished to see me there. Like, what?
Yeah.
That whole, it was like he was like surprised.
he was baffled. Now the main
Yeah,
thing I was asking about is if the kid took you by the hand, because you can realistically have 2 ways of doing that. You take someone by the hand, say, "Hey, check this out. This is very cool. I want to show you," or "I'll take your hand because I need help." If you
Well, I
understand
had
what I mean.
asked the second dream. I said to God, I prayed and I said, well, who took me? Meaning
I
like,
understand,
okay,
but
I'm
what for
going to
what reason?
reveal. What's that?
But I mean, for what reason? Was it to show you something, or did it want help?
No, I think it was just like what I just asked for. Who took me? Like I want to know who is the person that, who took me there. Just, like, did I enter there myself or did somebody take me there? Like my guardian angel or whatever. But I think it may be also related to, if the children are sitting there being taught, like, maybe these people, and this is hypothetical. Maybe these children that are sitting cross-legged, by the way, not in chairs or anything, on the floor, that, these children were maybe they were, maybe they're abortion children, or maybe they died unexpectedly, whatever. I mean, that's a theory. That's just a hypothetical. But, they're sitting there like 4, 8, 4 times, like 12, 12 to 15 little kids, you know, there's no gender. They're not female or male. You know, there's nothing like that. They're all kind of, you know, all the same, you know, and, you know, like I said, I just wanted to know, like, the first dream. And then I just, not that I took a chance, but it's like, you know what? I'm going to just pray and say, who took me there? Just to see if it was somebody, you know. And the funny thing about it is that dream opened up the same way. That's the thing. It opened up the same deal, the same, you know, little classroom that was, you know, black and white, but it's like, it's lit. Like, you know, there's no lights or anything in it, like you could see, but the podium, but the same person, or, you know, was there, you know, looking forward, you know, probably teaching the children something, you know. I'm just speculating, but then it turned its head, you know. Oh my gosh, you know.
Because I remember having some dreams as well in regarding this, and sometimes I have someone leading me somewhere, and about half the time, or half the probability, is
Just keep
someone.
talking for a sec. I just got to change something really quick.
Okay, about half the probability is someone wanting to show me something. It's like, hey, this is dope. Check this out. Another half would say, please come with me. I need help. And my question was, and I was asking, did it want help or did it want to show something?
Yeah, can you tell that story again? Because I was boiling potatoes and the water ran out, and they're all done, so I poured some water in the pan. So, could you repeat that again? That story? I didn't really hear it.
Okay. I have my dreams occasionally as well, and sometimes there is somebody who wants to show me something, and half the time is to show me like, hey, this is cool. Check this out. The other half is, please come with me, I need help. And that was kind of the question I was trying to ask. Did it want to show you something or did it want help?
Neither. Because it was my question to God saying, who took me? So I'm not asking for help, and I'm not asking.
It's about the kid.
Yeah.
Did a kid ask for help or want to show you?
No, nothing. Didn't say anything. But my whole thing was it was a visual play on word, not play on words, a visual optics that I asked who took me there, and then when I was there, after the teacher looked at me like, what are you doing here? I'm just, you know, saying what it might have been saying with the mouth, like, you know, like open, like, you know, like, you know, it was almost like I'm going to use this kind of this action of the humans, like, you know, like, you know, like, you know, like, what are you doing here? You know, that kind of action. But at that time, then I looked down, and that's when I saw that little child with its hand in my hand, but it didn't say anything, so it's just me looking at it, like down, and it didn't look up or anything. Like, hey, Scott, how you doing? You know, didn't do anything like that. It was just like looking straight ahead, and I looked down at it, you know. So again, it was probably about 3 foot tall or something, small, you know. But it wasn't like, I kept thinking like, is this like an alien ship or an alien person or whatever? But that really, you know, the way these little children were, it seemed to me that, you know, they were being prepared, or they were being what's the word? Like maybe something happened to the children that they were being taught about, that, you know, they died early in life or something happened to them. I mean, this is all speculation by me, but it seemed to be that was, you know, because I asked God, I said, God, what happens to children when they die, unexpectedly. So I'm just putting two and two together, and I'm just telling the dream how it came. The rest of it is, some of it, it's all speculation by me, but it's my asking God, where do children go? Where are are they, it seems to be they're mentored. Are they, they're mentored by some angelic being, maybe?
Okay, no,
So
it all makes sense to me. Yes.
I don't know. I'm just saying the dream. People may have the same kind of experience and stuff, but we're just here to share these stories, as truthfully as we can, because, we're under the subjection of God, So, if you lie or do something crazy, that's not going to look good, So, but I thought about this. I thought about this topic tonight, because, it to me, it was pretty astounding, because I always thought about this whole abortion issue, that I really believed that, the conception of a human being is when life begins, like the conception of the egg and all that stuff. I don't know what the technical terms are of it, but it's kind of like, and that's what I always believed in my heart, that, and no one was going to change my mind on that at all, including my former wife, no one was going to change me. No one was going to change me saying, well, I have, all these reasons that people do. And so that was the dream, So
Speaking of dreams, sometimes I wake up and I just had a dream, and it just, was a dream, and I'll forget about it within 30 minutes. Sometimes I wake up, have a dream, and have a strong conviction this means something. And then I have to try to figure out. And occasionally I manage to figure it out on my own, and sometimes I'm racking my brain over it like half the day until I just ask upstairs. So, okay, what's going on with this? I can't figure it out. Because one way she can actually speak to the Holy Spirit is through the wind. If you go outside and you just tune in and you want the intention, okay, um, please guide me. Can you let me know what this dream meant? Because I'm racking my brain over it. I can, and then he will be aware. Okay, he puts in the effort. Is really trying. He just and just it's just ask, and you will receive. And
yeah, yeah. And
and
I read so many books about that, and I was telling Abe the other day, like, well, if they can do it, I can do it. I was telling people, go to the library and get your your full body of armor, or get prayed up or whatever. It just fills you with this power, like because it kind of it's like recharges your batteries to like I'm just going to repeat it. If they can do it, why can't I? I put my pants on the same way they do, So, it's just kind of like, it's an empowerment thing. And, I was, like I said to Abe before, I got a D in communication writing papers, but when it came to research, I got a B, and the dean of, English at a Catholic school, which was like unheard of, right? I was not academia at all, but I love the research. I love digging, just dig on, on everything. So I guess, I think it's paid off, because I like to learn about everything. And, I one of the other gentlemen on the channel, Wolf, he seems to be something like that too, because he goes off on these tangents, like all these different experiences that he has. And, I can relate to that. He kind of a digger, because, when you do talk about this stuff, you better have the facts to back this stuff up, and have, that's important to, for your credibility. So like I mentioned, Abe the other night, I mentioned that teacher told me, he goes, the most important thing, you should have footnotes that are underneath your paper to find out, where you got this information from. And he recently died, this professor. I found his obituary in Las Vegas. And so I wrote in who was his obituary, and I mentioned I mentioned the story, and I said, one thing that I learned that nobody does on media today, they don't put footnotes, they don't explain, they have no credibility because they don't back up anything they say. And I put that down in his obituary, because you could log in, people that you knew. And this was like 1977 that I went to college, 77 and 78. I went to college in Pennsylvania. And so, the person, they accepted it, kind of thing. But it was like a very positive, it's one thing I learned, because I was terrible in college. I just couldn't, it wasn't for me. But it's one thing I remember, that when I watched the news and all this stuff, one thing that guy taught me, you have to back up what you say. And nobody does that. I always like listening to MSNBC and whatever, even the alternative, and they're just talking, but they're not backing up anything. So I'll digress from now, So.
We were discussing before you came on how we view the news and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I heard you say I don't even watch it. And I used to have a TV, and I would mute it just to watch the ticker tape underneath it. And then eventually I ended up just getting rid of my TV altogether, because it was like, they just repeat the same thing over and over again and everything like that. And that's why I got on the internet, and I just started doing my own research, back like 2008, I think it was. And and back then, before even Obama got to be the president, is YouTube used to be a lot more freer. You could post anything on YouTube, and then when he became president, they put a lot of constraints on, I think one thing I noticed is all the movies, you never could watch movies anymore. Once Obama became president, you couldn't watch any movies. They were like, you had to sign in, you had to sign up. You couldn't watch any old movies or what. I mean, the whole, because I like watching movies, and I like watching them for free.
Was it the movie Gone with the Wind that took off?
I don't know, Abe, but
The one
they just
the one
started.
that says, frankly, dear, I don't give a damn. They banned that movie.
He was in that movie, African
Errol
Queen.
Flynn. Errol Flynn.
No. Is it Errol Flynn, or who's that guy? Humphrey Bogart? Is it Humphrey Bogart?
It's one of those guys, the one that
Yeah.
something Gone with the Wind or something like that.
I don't know, but they started censoring all these movies where you couldn't. This is when Obama became president, and I noticed, I said, this is it, man. It's going down now. We're getting locked down.
Dukes of Hazzard. Remember, they banned Dukes from TV.
Yeah. Well,
It used to be one of my favorite shows when I was growing up.
I don't know if you know this, but speaking of Dukes of Hazzard, Waylon Jennings was a guest on that show. And he's got this song called Good Old Boys. If you guys remember that. Okay. So just the good old boys, and, he talks about what happened to the music that song is actually, if you listen to it, that song is a real song that happened to him, because they would not show him. They would not show his face or his body when he was in those shows, and the song depicts that they're only showing his hands and not his face on TV. So the reason he put that in the lyrics was because they'd have to pay him royalties, on his whole, singing,
Oh, wow.
performing, that sort. And they would just show his hands. And then, he talks to his mom, because his mom is asking him, why don't they show you? And he talks like, they're just showing my hands and not my face on TV. He's telling his mom but it's really, it comes down to money, that they would not pay him, X amount of dollars, or union wages, or whatever the financial thing is. But he kind of mocked this, the movie, the TV series. He mocked them all, and he was like that. He was a guy that, Nashville, they didn't like him. He got kicked out of Nashville, and all that Grand Ole Opry, because he was not an outlaw, but he just, he wasn't going along with their game that they play everywhere. They played this game everywhere. If you don't do, you're going to get banned. So, but, that guy was like, he was extraordinary. I mean, I think in country music, I love his voice better than any voice in country music, in my opinion. I mean, what I like. But yeah, that Dukes of Hazzard, all those shows got a lot of that stuff, especially movies. I was disappointed I couldn't watch movies, because Obama did, playing his game there of shutting down the internet, or the, YouTube and stuff. So,
Yeah.
Not to get off topic, but
They did a lot of that things, man.
he did a lot of damage, man. That guy, he did so much damage.
Corrupted a lot of minds.
Big time, man. He started the whole fascist over everything, man. That guy was
married
he killed
to a guy, Michael
military.
Robinson.
Yeah.
Married to a guy that's pretending to be a female.
Oh yeah, man. It's sickening. And yeah, I mean, all the admirals and people got fired, that were way up in the military, especially the Navy. He fired a lot of those 4-star admirals, the U.S. Navy and stuff. And a lot, you can look it up yourself, everybody, if you want to look up what Obama did to the military. It was a disgrace. Unbelievable.
They painted the White House with rainbow lights.
I know, man. I don't even want to go there. It's so sick. It's so sickening. It's
If I was in the military, man, that's Article 15 right there.
oh my God.
Doing something like that. That's man, that's like making fun of the chain of command from before us.
Yeah, just oh my gosh.
Disrespectful. I wear this tonight.
Yeah, really.
Let me show y'all a shirt here, because I didn't get to show the shirt. There you go.
Yeah, that's a cool one. Yeah, that's neat. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's just crazy, man. Society, or the people that get in power, they want to change the uniform, change the code of conduct, change all kinds of things. But what can you do about it?
Yeah,
That's why people have to be careful, be very careful who they vote for.
Yeah.
He had the Obama blacklist where he was killing veterans. I was on that blacklist, but I survived. Here I am.
That guy. Oh my God.
I'm married to my beautiful wife, and he's married to an ugly man.
I'd be
Yeah, I
careful,
said that. A bummer.
all this political stuff, because there's so many of these people that are just they're not believers in Jesus Christ, and they're like they're what's the word? I'm going to try to describe this word. Psychopathic psychopathic people, that they'll do anything, they'll do anything. And it's, our only savior is like, and, I did watch your film today you sent me, and again, because I know you had talked it's and bits about on the podcast. And yeah, I mean, it was, and I used to watch movies on that channel, and Obama banned, you couldn't watch movies even on that platform. I forget what it's called. I forget the name of it, that you were on there, that thing, and they just shut
the link
all.
I'll send you. Yeah, I placed the link on SE News. Spirit.
Yeah,
Is the episode for This What's So Haunted, season 3, episode 2, the one I was on.
Yeah, that
I've
was
seen
great,
it
man.
pop up. I haven't watched it yet, but definitely will.
Yeah, it's really good.
I can send it. If you're on SE News, check it out. I placed the link on there. Or I can send it to you if you want me to. It's dealing with the episode because I know some people that are on the other side, they don't get to see all that. But yeah, I dropped a link for that episode I was in.
Yeah, that was really good.
I was talking about the spirits of the children and stuff, but I would see things like that, especially dealing with abortions, where I could see the clinic, the doctor, and I could see all kinds of blood, like a drain. I guess where where women were having abortions and stuff, and I could hear like the spirits of the children, like they're in pain and stuff like that. They're trapped there, so I will go into prayer and pray for them, to these locations wherever they were having the abortions and stuff like that. Because I think there was even doing the abortions when the child was almost 1 year old. They were just like destroying the child, like cutting them up in pieces and stuff, with his gadgets that were sticking there. So yeah, those are souls that never got to be born, but they were still soul because they were alive in the womb.
Yeah, it's a pretty sad.
Crazy.
I just wanted to bring that up because it was a story, that happened to me, a dream, a continued dream on top of that. I mean, it's like, I've had dreams before, but it's like I have like a repeating dream once in a while, but it's like, I'm dreaming about the same thing I dreamt, years ago, but it's like the same. It's almost like a repeating thing, it kind of gets boring in a way, like you already know what's going to happen. But this was like one after the next. And, and then on top of that, I was praying. Normally, like dreams I used to have, I just go to sleep. I don't pray about any, but something like something told me, or in my mind, it was bothering me about, children. Maybe I watched something on the news or, something like that. So I wanted an answer from God, like, what is it? What happens? And I, you read a lot of stories about people, dying, near-death experiences that, they entered the kingdom of God and they have to come back, all that sort of thing. There's a ton of those videos, and I watch a lot of those, and including military men and women that have these dreams that they come back, because they have a duty to perform for God. But yeah, it's I thought it, not that, I know it may disturb people somewhat. I don't know how people feel about it, but I just want to bring it out and let people, hear it and, see what they think, and if they've had a similar, situations and stuff like that, because we're just here to share and caring, care and share, and
There's a link, brothers and sisters, for what I shared with Scott Baker is down there. Disregard the other link, but that's a link right there. For those that haven't seen the show, this was just season 3, episode 2. There's a link where you can watch it for free. And I placed it there for you also. Yeah, it's for this Woods and Haunted season 3, episode 2 is where I came out. For those that haven't seen it, you don't have to go to no Hulu or to no cable. You can see it right there off that link. If you want to see it after the show, copy the link and check it out.
Yeah, it's a great documentary. I mean, I was like, oh my God, you sent it to me, and I'm going like, so I was like listening to something else. I said, I got you in the, on my toolbar there, and I go, okay, now it's time to listen to this, because I like looking at all the news first and getting all that done. And then, so yeah, I was, and I had to go back, and I'm looking at the pictures, Abe, and that picture, because they zoom in and it's clear, it's, when they're filming your photos, okay, of your cousin or somebody that was with you that took the picture.
My nephew.
Your nephew. So what I see there is I see a horn-beaked creature. Like it's got like a beak to it, I mean, that's what I'm kind of looking at. And the funny thing about these pictures too, folks, if you step away from a picture and look at it again, and step away and look at it again, because your mind is kind of computing, these photos and the detail. And that's why people say, well, I'm not seeing what you're seeing. I'm not seeing, but it's kind of like reading the Bible, where you read the Bible and then it goes in one ear and out the other. I mean, you don't even understand it. And it takes a while for it to, every time you kind of come back to it, then you go, oh my gosh, now I know what it means. So those photos are the same thing, Abe. You have to look at them for quite a while, but like take a break and look at it, take a break, take a look, that kind of thing. And that's what I saw. I saw a creature there that looked like it had ears. That's right. It had like ears, but the face of this thing had more of a beak. It looked like some kind of a bird creature. That's what I saw. And that thing was tall, man. That was tall. And I don't know what, but yeah, that's, almost like a,
yeah, I was battling there for years, man. From
it's like a Thunderbird or something like that.
From 2002 to 2015 in that area, because I was yes sir, 135 armor. I was in 135 armor when I was in Erlangen, Germany. Then when I came to Fort Hood in the Cav, I was in 132 armor. Then they changed their colors to 212 Cav.
Hey, hang on for a second. I want to write, because I have one of my girlfriends that I knew. She was in that Gulf War, and I sent her some information. Give me your number, what troop were you in again, so I can give that to her to see if she was if she knew you, because I haven't got a response from her net, but she was in the Gulf War. And what was that
I was in 135 armor.
Okay.
2nd Brigade.
All right.
I was in Delta Company 212 Delta Company 135 armor.
Okay. All right. Good. Cool.
I was based off Erlangen, Germany.
Okay.
That's where Ferris Barracks. Germany's pretty big, so.
Yeah, I just I'm gonna ask her, because she was one of my Bible friends that, that actually got me into this Bible, this Bible study and stuff. And she was over there in the Gulf War and stuff. And she had the same stuff as you did and stuff like that too. And, there's different things going on. And so, yeah, we did a lot together in Bible study. So, and the reason I wrote that initial message to her, because she was like really big in spiritual warfare, and I wasn't. It's like I wasn't into that at all. But she was like heads and shoulders over me before I even knew about this stuff. And but I found it very intriguing. But she was like very adamant, like, she already had that, because she would like hit me like that, going like, you don't get it. I mean, she was a sergeant, and she would hit me like, you don't get it, but she was very, very, very strong in that spiritual warfare stuff, So yeah, I'll send that back to her too, and see, if she recognizes or knows anything about, that brigade that you're in. So.
Yeah, I had an experience also with where I was talking to I will help out people before I even created YouTube, the spiritual Cryptid Encounters. On YouTube, I was doing works on Positive Spiritualists, which was a group I had, a spiritual group, but it was Positive Spiritualists. That's what it's called. And there was this lady, I would do videos, and, I was talking about the My Love Foundation and, about forgiveness and all this stuff. And there was this lady that contacted me because she said that she was being haunted by something. So she contacted me, and I went to the park, and she called me through Messenger. So we're talking, and she's telling me that she was being haunted by her children. And I asked her, why would she be haunted by her children? And she said that she was driving her vehicle, and when she was driving her vehicle, this other car came and hit the car, and her children died, but she's the only one that survived. Right. And I think they were like 2 and 3 years old or something like that. So as she's telling me this, I'm listening to her. I'm sensing spiritually, sitting in the park. I see a little girl standing right in front of me, looking at me, and she sits down right beside me on the picnic table. And then as she's describing how her daughter looked, it's like I'm seeing her right there by me, but she's in spirit.
Wow.
And then I hear like little footsteps going around me, and she's talking about her son, and I see the little boy too. So I got the little boy and the little girl. So she's telling me the story that, that they're haunting her and stuff like that. I was telling her maybe they need to need help through prayer so they can find the light, right? To cross over. Mm-hmm. And I told her that I was going to pray for them. As I was fixing to pray for them, I see a light coming from along it, but it looks weird, like a light. And there's two young gentlemen, look like teenagers, and they're this is what they're telling me, and I'm seeing them in human manifestation. They're telling me, "Can you help us? Can you help us find a way out of here? Can you help us?" I say, "Yeah. Where are you trying to go?" So we're trying to leave this area. Can you help us get out of here? And I was telling them there was a shortcut to go through the creek, and stuff like that. So I seen them going through the creek, but then the light just disappears all of a sudden. So I start going into prayer, and she's praying with me for her children to cross over and stuff like that. And as we finished praying for her children, and I asked her, well, what kind of vehicle hit you? She said that it was two kids from high school that hit her. They had been drinking. So I believe those two gentlemen that told me they could help them. So then I pray for them also. to be able to find the heavenly light. So it was two teenagers, two boys that hit them, and so it was her children that died and the teenagers that died, but she was the only survivor. So I believe that the spirit of the children were around her and the spirit of those teenagers. This is where I was opening it up to her and we were praying. The spirits came, and I was able to help them cross over to follow the heavenly light.
Wow. Yeah, that puts you in good
You know,
standing, because you're like, you're working in that spiritual realm of like, I mean, that's like stupendous. I mean,
So I was actually minding my own business, doing just my works on Positive Spiritualist before I even created Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. But then, I was doing light workers, light feeds of the world. I work with light feeds, and everything was cool. Nobody was really messing with me or nothing like that. It's when I got brought into the cryptid community, where somebody's wife that's like was in light workers of the world told me, "Hey, my husband's in the picture. He's trying to get you to get in touch with, I believe it was Vic Kundov." Now, I didn't know what he was about. And so they say he can help you. So I thought he was like a spiritual thing, that he was going to, but he became like something wholly uh, different, dealing with that he was a podcaster. I didn't know who the guy was, and I'm being honest. Just like I didn't know half the people that I know right now, because
well,
I
I
was
used to
doing
listen.
works
Yeah, I used to listen to
one
a lot
on
of those people.
one on one with real people that are going through real things that they were being threatened by this unseen forces and stuff like that. And I was helping them, guiding them what to do and stuff like that. So then when I get it pulled into the cryptid thing, uh, that was just an accidental thing, that somebody said my husband said this, contact this person, and I went up in the cryptid community. I didn't even know what cryptid meant, you know.
Yeah, but
I didn't know
you're
nobody's names or if people have
yeah,
podcasts or if people were writing books. I was too busy helping out people spiritually.
yeah,
Cleansing homes, cleansing people, uh, helping them get rid of dark shadow figures, unclean spirits. Those are the works that I've been doing for a very long time. So then I got brought into here, and it's so why am I here? If the majority of the people don't believe in Jesus Christ, they want to believe that a Bigfoot is real, and so you're not supposed to question the Heavenly Father where He's got you there for a reason. So then you figure out a way, and you see the bigger picture. When you're hearing people are dying left and right, falling like people losing their lives, then you know that you're supposed to bring the spiritual awareness into the community and to any other communities uh,
yeah.
about the balance, about Jesus
Right,
Christ, how
right.
to test the spirit, even if you think it's a Bigfoot or whatever you think it is, to put it to the spiritual test. And that's why
Yeah.
I created Spiritual Encrypted Encounters.
Yeah. I
Right?
mean, you remind me of like, okay, you got two pieces of chain. Okay. One is cryptids. One is, total cryptids. One is, one is, let's just say, traditional church issues or whatever. And when you have two pieces of chain, right? So there's a thing called a connector, and you connect. It's a piece of chain that has a connector, right? And it's like it connects those two pieces together, and that's what it seems like you're doing. You're bringing the spiritual side to whether it's UFO people or whatever. Okay, you have UFO cryptids, all these different disciplines, right? That people are researching, and they're doing a fine job. But the thing of it is, there's a missing link in there, right? There's a missing link. Like, well, what happens when you read about Bigfoot walking in the snow and it disappears? I mean, you talk to these people going like what do you think happened? And they're going like, there's no answer. There's no answer from them.
They'll say that
There's
either
no
went
answer.
through a portal or that the UFO picked them up.
Yeah, but there's no connection. They don't even want to know. They don't want to know. They don't want to know anything. So you're kind of bringing this, I feel, because I've seen a lot of this stuff. I watch a lot of this stuff, and it seems like, there was a missing link somewhere. And, because these shows, they have that kind of, because, when you bring this concept of, and I guess I'm pretty redundant about this, bringing Jesus Christ into the picture on this. And a lot of these researchers, I would say the majority of them, they want nothing to do with the spiritual connectiveness with God. That whole angle. They're so, and these UFO people, I go to these seminars and meetings. I've been involved with stuff to a lot of this stuff. And it's almost like it's like a cult, it becomes, almost like that in a way. And
Scientology cult.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like, and a lot of these,
you got Tom Cruise jumping on the sofas. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but it's kind of like that. I used, where I used to work, this military base, they used to have UFO meetings at this base, and they used to have a Thursday nights, and they would pay for the auditorium, the fee, because they rented it out like facility rental and stuff. And I had not worked there. I was working at another agency at that time. But anyways, long story short, I would sit there and listen. And I'm going like, okay, I kind of know, but what they're talking about is like, it's so, it has nothing to do with spirituality. Absolutely nothing. Back then, I'm just saying. And this was like 98 or something like that. And I'm going like, I don't want to go to these meetings. These people are like, they're like, I'm not going to use the word sissies or babies or like, it's like they don't even want to get to the truth. It's like, they're just so, I guess, naive and wishy-washy and brainwashed, I guess. I don't know what the word. There is a word for that, but it's
there's
like
a lot of people that they're just walking the rope, and they're trying to stay in line with what everybody else is doing.
Yeah.
I don't follow what everybody else is doing.
This peer pressure. Yeah, I mean,
Jesus
I'm
Christ
like,
tells me to do. I'm obedient.
and that's what the Lord is like. The Lord is like, you're not going to be like them. And people are like, they grow up like that. They grow up and they establish that, like no nonsense, like, and, we do get mad, and we fight and, but we're fighting for the good cause, I mean, especially I'm just saying for myself, like, I was fighting, in school and stuff. And, I mean, you have to
people,
stick up for yourself.
When I started doing this, and I started bringing the spirit, it was just one episode I did, and people started targeting me, coming, and it's like, man, who are these people? And you got people that say cryptozoologists. I said, what the hell is a cryptozoologist? I mean, I didn't even know what cryptid meant. So I got somebody with the title of cryptozoologist. Many of them come in saying that they're real, 100% real. I said, well, I don't even know what cryptozoologist meant, Like I said, my life didn't resonate around the cryptid community or cryptozoologist or whatever titles they name themselves, So I'm trying to figure out things, and people are targeting me. Then my Facebook account gets permanently deleted, and I lose everything. Luckily, I had everything saved. So I was like, man, I guess I must have not liked the episode I did with Vic Kundo that they targeted me that bad, And
for
I said,
some
okay.
reason.
So I said, you know what? I said, God, I said, God, what should I do? I said, don't don't answer me, God, because I already know, because He'll let me know in His own kind of way. And sometimes
Yeah.
when He lets you know in His own kind of way, it's not a good thing because He wants you to be obedient. I said, I already know what I have to do.
Yeah.
So I recreated it. Created spiritual encrypted encounters. They targeted that one. I think where it stopped growing, but I still have people coming in now. But it didn't stop me from doing the mission. That's what people don't understand is the mission. When you're guided to do something, and especially when it's Jesus Christ, the Heavenly Father, you better be obedient because if you're not obedient, then you know how He protects you from getting sick and blesses you. Well, He can take that away if you're not obedient, and the sicknesses and the ailments will come. And the only thing I was trying to do is bring the spiritual awareness to those communities in which some of them alienated me. Not that I'm
Yeah.
an alien, but they alienated me because I was bringing the spiritual aspect into it, in which you need that. I believe they already knew. Some of them already knew. I believe because they might be affiliated with a cult, so they knew that if they're listening to me saying test the spirit and tie bind and rebuke it in Jesus Christ, saying that Bigfoot or dog man or whatever they're seeing, cryptid they're seeing, that it's going to vanish when they say I take authority over you, I tie bind and rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ. And it's not, and people are like, whoa, it was a demon. It's not a Bigfoot like they say it is. And that's what they were fearing, right? That's what they
Yeah.
targeted me. They try to take me out of the equation right off the bat that I came into the field. They will say things like, well, this guy is going to give us a bad reputation. How am I going to, if what you're saying is true, you've been doing the works for 20, 30 years, then the truth is the truth, right? If it's real. But
Right.
if I'm bringing the spiritual aspect and I'm showing people through my short reels, through my videos, how to protect themselves against these unseen forces, and they do it and it works, then what's truth? What's truth? What's reality and truth, spiritual truth, and what's not truth? And that's why they target me, and target me. But now it's like some of them, they allow me to share because they do believe in it, in Jesus Christ. They do believe in God, and they're beginning to see it where I'm coming from. I've been fighting like this since I was 3 years old. I just didn't know the names that people give them, like cryptids and stuff like that. Bigfoot, I
And
knew
that's
knew
good.
as
I think that's good. God
Sasquatch.
shield you. God shields you from all that, and it's all garbage because it distracts you, for what God wants for you. And getting back to this, also this right before you were saying this is, not just a cult, but it's kind of like the Bible talks about when you start teaching people the Bible and take them deeper into subject matter. And these people are like researchers into this, heavy researchers. I mean, there's studies about this stuff. It's very deep. And but they call it, like, these people that first get into it, they're fed like I'm just going to use this term, baby food, like for like scripture and like how the Bible is set up and talked about. So a lot of people, it's kind of like they're not goody two shoes or like, but it's easy for them to digest, very easy. Okay. But when you get into this demonic warfare, what you're doing, this is called meat. This is heavy stuff that is, to try to digest this is like this stuff. It's like eating a freaking sirloin, right? I mean, you eat a sirloin steak, I mean, a real thick one, like a Texas, right? And it's like, you try to digest that, man. It's like, you're not going to eat for a long time, and, so, instead of a hamburger or something. And, but that's the same. These people, they, they're all into this cryptid stuff, but they're kind of like baby. They're spoon fed. They're baby, but they don't want to go deeper. And that's where the Lord comes in, and and He does it so mysterious that you have to look back on your past to see how God, like this Graham Hancock, he's got a book called The Fingerprints of God. And it's kind of like that's how we are. We have to look at, in the past, the fingerprints of how God worked in us, to where we are now, because we have no idea what's God doing, and what's God planning for us, because we'll screw it up every single time. We'll screw it up, They're
What do you
just
think about all this Texas Army?
Yeah,
We normally do all the time. Texas Army just chilling, drinking his a little. I don't know what he's drinking over there. I know he's drinking something. It's not coffee.
it's coffee. It's early morning.
Oh,
I'm still civil. No, I think that many people, because I do agree with you guys, and why it's the spiritual aspect. Many people are just afraid of it, because if they see like Bigfoot, something like that, if you view it as something physical, you can at least wrap your head around it. So in a certain sense, in the word, it's safe. With the spiritual aspect, people will know, like their spirit will know, it's much bigger than that, and it can get way creepier. So that's why
yeah,
people have a real strong aversion to the spiritual aspect, and that's why channels like this one, they can get a bad rap because it says spiritual and cryptid encounters. With those two combined, it it doesn't sit well with a lot of
yeah.
people
It
who
doesn't
are,
mix. It
yes,
doesn't mix
yeah.
at all. It goes against it
not
goes
to
against
them, no.
the narrative. It don't mix.
Yeah,
It
and
don't
if you look at
mix.
it from a bit higher perspective, everything all connects together because
Yeah.
Yes.
people talk about aliens, or about swamp people, about enter any cryptid. If you, it can all be wrapped around as in a spiritual manifestation of things, and that's why for some reason people really object to that. They got a problem with that. It's apparently too scary.
And I just don't talk to talk. I have the proof of the existence of this DD and
Definitely.
disembodied. How they look. They look like werewolves, lycanthrope, Bigfoots, because it's just a manifestation. Man, sometimes they look like regular people. They can look like regular people. They can look like a dog, like a cat, like a fox, like a wolf, like a bird. But that's what they do. They have those capabilities to shapeshift, to manifest into whatever they want to manifest. Imagine dealing with something like that. That's of spirit because it's an unclean spirit, but he has the capability. You might be following a Bigfoot. Next thing you know, there's nothing there. You're looking around, but it could still be right beside you in the manifestation of a tree because a tree's a living thing. It could be manifest to look like a tree, a bush. It's like you really have to be spiritual prepared before, during, and after when you go do an investigation anywhere. Doesn't matter if it's a location, the woods. Just have to be spiritual ready and be ready to tie, bind, and rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ. If something does manifest and it shows its presence to you, be ready to fight spiritually through Jesus Christ.
And one thing is as well, because you were talking about potentially writing a book. I think
Yes, yes.
if the book comes out, I don't know what you're exactly planning, but if it comes out, the main thing it will give people, as opposed to all the other books about cryptids, for example, is what I've just pointed out as well, like how it's all connected, how it's all spiritual, how you can actually fight against these beings. It just it can wrap it up nicely, and then like, oh, you don't have to believe in a sense in Bigfoot. You just have to know, okay, this is like a demonic entity or a TDM. Then you know what to do about it, rather than just getting your
Yes.
shotgun out and shoot blanks.
Don't waste your bullets because bullets cost a lot of money. Especially
Exactly.
if it's a spirit, it's the bullets are gonna miss. They're
So
like,
it could be in the finance section as well. Like you're saving some real money.
I'll let y'all have the floor. I'll be right here, right beside. I'll leave you the floor for y'all. Whoever wants to jump on, I'll drop a link real quick. I'll be
Yeah,
here in the
don't be afraid.
sidelines.
Somebody come on, tell their story, because this is the platform, you know.
As a
There we go.
segue to this, there's not just only aliens or whatever beings. There are monitoring spirits. There are, well, of course, fallen angels. There are so many subspecies. There's even a version that looks like a bubonic plague doctor, like those people with these big masks and the long snout. In those beings exist as well. Like I said earlier, the monitoring spirits. I remember having one time I was just sitting at my computer, doing regular things, and I had two or three monitoring spirits right behind me, and they were writing down everything I did. And I was just being in my own home, and I don't like being monitored or micromanaged, whichever. And it was writing down stuff. I didn't see it behind me, but I could sense it, like what they were writing, and saying, "Oh, he is picking up his mug. He is taking a sip of his coffee." And I just got really agitated. I just looked behind and just showed him the door, like, "You're getting out. Like, I'm really done. Go find another hobby."
Wow. Mhm.
Like,
Yes.
it was just that was the last warning as well. Well, first and last, because I wasn't playing around with that one.
Mm.
He said, "You're getting out of my home. This is no place for you." So yeah, there
Yeah,
are a lot of subspecies.
yeah. I mean, there's, there's, and it's funny about, you know, I mean, from my own experience, it seems like, when you're out camping or out in nature, it's kind of like, you're like the only human being out there. So it's kind of like, it's almost like you're in this realm that, you can be picked on, you know,
Yeah,
and, a lot of people experiences, they, you know, it's always about them, you know, uh, camping in the forest or, near water or something that, nature. And, I'm kind of a nature lover. Like Abe was saying, he loves nature. So do I. I like being out, in the woods. And, but, um, I don't know if people have heard this story before, but I think this happened a couple of years ago. I was up in Flagstaff, so for a music event, and I ended up boondocking, which means you take your SUV or car or whatever, and you just because they have a property. It's called BLM uh, staging camping grounds, which is free. So you can like pull off anywhere as long as you're like off like I don't know like 100 feet off the road or something like that. But you can pull off and camp for free. So I ended up finding this spot, and I brought my camping stove and all that stuff, cowboy coffee, making eggs and all that stuff in the morning because I just like to stay out, at night. So after the music event, I found this place in it's like up these old logging roads kind of things because Arizona has a lot of forest fires, so they have a lot of the rangers and the forest people. They do a lot of clear cutting um, and stuff, and so they have these roads that you can go up and camp and pull off. So I'm up there with my SUV, and so I go to sleep. It's probably like 11:30, and I put all my blinders up in my windows of my SUV because if a car comes up, I don't want to see their headlights coming into my car or whatever like that. So and there's another person. They got a fifth wheel, but it's probably like 100 yards away. It's pretty far away. So there's like just me and him up there. And so I was like going to sleep. You know, I started to fall asleep, and about midnight. So I'm sleeping on the driver's side in the back of the SUV. So the passenger side, that's where I put my thermos, you know, and all my camping stuff on that side. So I'm like sleeping, and all of a sudden, like I'm just kind of drifting off, and I hear this, and I hear this on the passenger rear door, like a slap on the door. I mean, like somebody walked up and like open palm and just like whacked the door that loud. And I'm like, oh my God, you know. And I didn't bring a gun or anything with me. And so, because you can carry, anyways, if you're out in the wilderness, so forth. But anyways, so I hear that sound, and I'm like, and I'm somewhat familiar about some of these sounds, these things that happen in the forest, because I knew I got attacked in Sedona by something else, but this one was like a slap. I mean, like a bang on the on the passenger door, right? So I have the tailgate down, of course, and everything, and all the windows are up, okay? And because in Arizona at night, in the summer, it's still, even right now up in Flagstaff at night, it's in the morning, it's 54 degrees in the morning. So and this is July right now. It's cold in the morning. So even at night, but at that time, it was pretty warm a couple years ago. And so it was probably went down to like, 60 or something. But man, I heard that and I didn't do anything. And so I ended up falling asleep or whatever. So the next morning I went out to check, like, footprints. Of course, you're in the forest. You don't see any footprints or anything like that, or handprints. And I was, looking like, well, maybe somebody was, shooting a paintball gun at my car. So, I was looking like for a splatter, for a paintball projectile. And, but there was none of that, no handprint. So it's like, I'm like thinking initially I was talking to Abe about this story, saying that, it could have been a Bigfoot adolescent or a Bigfoot that had come down and like, this is his territory. But reconsidering what I'm learning now from Abe is I'm more convinced now that it was a demonic, creature, invisible, that, was flying through the forest or walking through the forest and slammed and made its presence known. So, but it was, I guess I was a little startled, but I wasn't scared. But, I thought I'd bring that story up just to kind of what I'm learning from Abe on his experience on these creatures, these interdimensional demonic creatures, that I'm more believing that side of what he was saying, that's what I'm more convinced that's what happened. It was a demonic entity that invisible, but has the way it can shapeshift into a physical reality. And, it just wanted to taunt me, it didn't want to hurt me, I don't think, but it just made its presence known and just, tried to scare me, tried to taunt me, like, and that's what these creatures do. So, I mean, just listening to Abe, he's, taught me a lot about
They are indeed
that
like
alternative,
that.
because I was thinking all along it was a Bigfoot, but then I'm thinking like, no. And then once I'm learning more on his show, that to me, there was no dent in the car. I mean, you could hit a lot of these cars now. they have flex metal in them, and it's not like some of the, like, I shouldn't say that. A lot of the like Ford trucks, you can just like hit them with your hand. You can put a dent in them. But my car, it's kind of it's one of those kind of metals where it's a Hyundai, but it's German. It's got the technology of German technology in the frame, and the body. It's kind of a flex body. So if you get hit, that body absorbs like the shock. If you get hit, it's got some technology built into it. Like, if you get hit on the front end of the motor will drop to the ground. But anyways, yeah, Abe, I just told that story about that.
I was listening.
That Flial case. Yeah. So, that's what I thought that was, some dark entity. Of course, I'm just saying it's dark. But
they could be in disembodied form, and you can hear footsteps running. Like, they literally leave the indentions. Like on my mobile home, we had a tin roof or a metal roof, and you can hear where something's running, and you go look, and it's the indentions are where something was running on it, that it put dents in the sheet metal.
Yeah,
but there's nothing crashing. You see nothing. You're hearing the steps, but there's nothing up there. And then when you look, you see the indentions. Well, yeah, they have those capabilities where they can manifest.
And that's physical evidence.
Angels used to manifest and show themselves to people. They did to numerous people within the Bible. So if they had to manifest, they had the manifestation of how they look. So if they were manifested to look like human, I'm more sure they will leave a footprint also. Just like this things that are fallen angels. I believe they have the same capabilities, and that's why sometimes people say, "How come I'm following the footsteps and I see just one footstep now, but there's nothing there?" Or maybe I see one footstep of a Bigfoot, but where's the other footprints? Because it's just temporary manifestations.
Yeah, they phase out. They're phasing in with their frequency, and they're phasing in and out. It's like they have some rheostat connected. Like they can adjust it's like a rheostat, electrical rheostat, where you can adjust the frequency, by turning this knob. And for some reason, it seems like they have the capability of doing that.
Yeah, it's hard to explain
when it comes down to camouflage. Well, they're experts of that because they've been here for a long time. Go ahead, Texas Learning.
Yes, it's a bit hard to explain because we are so used to having our three-dimensional physical world to have this to how energy shifts and how different techniques can be employed, that it's really hard to wrap your brain around how some of these things actually work. I got a decent gist of how everything works, but a temporary manifestation, that's one that hasn't really connected with me so far. How that works.
Yeah, I think I have a video that'll show you something like that because it's during the day and something manifests and it's coming towards me, and then I'm praying because I'm sent my triggers, my spirituals get triggered, so I'll go into prayer. Let me see if I can find it. I think y'all seen this before, but let me share it one more time, just to give the audience or the viewers an example of what I'm talking about. Where is it? Let me find it.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hello.
You're still in.
Yes, I just didn't want to interrupt anyone.
No, that's fine. But usually you. I mean, last time you were in for a few seconds and you hopped out or got kicked out.
I know. Restream doesn't like me.
It seems to today, so.
Yeah, it's letting me stay on.
You're becoming friends.
Okay, here we go. Let me share it. Here's an example that I've been trying to tell viewers.
Ooh.
Look up. It is. It appears out of nowhere and disappears.
That glitched.
It's coming. It's moving because you can see it moving. It
Yeah.
gets real close. It's
It's
like
I
got
see a
wings.
figure.
it's
Fuzzy
moving
wings.
and it gets real close to me.
It looks like a gargoyle.
I see legs, an arm, a body. Looks like it's wearing a hat.
You see the face right here,
Yeah.
with like a beastly face. But there's all kinds of activity in this photo. You can see something
Looks like
else over
there's
here,
two. Mm-hmm.
another one over here, and one connected to it. Let me think. It got closer. One more step closer. I think, or that might be the step. There it was.
Oh,
Oh,
someone has a question, Abe.
okay. I
That
like the
was that
video.
was an awesome capture.
I think I got a shorter. Oh no, I'll let it run for a little bit there. Let me look at what's the question?
It says, "What do you think about people using the CE5 app to make contact with the UFO today?"
A nap.
Yes,
Look
it
at this.
says a
Look at that.
CE5 application app. I don't know. I've never heard of it.
I never heard of it either.
Could you make your?
I'm not buying it.
Yeah, no. Personally, I don't believe in UFOs. I believe they are demonic, um, taking that shape or form.
I'm just showing this as an example of how they can appear and disappear in a matter of freaking milliseconds. And this is that I lowered the video some. It's lowered just to be able to capture it
That's wild.
because it moves a lot faster than that.
Do you think it drains their energy to be outside of their base form as they go into physical? That they are just
It drains.
outside
It
their.
drains. It drains us. It uses the energy. Like for example, here in Central Texas, there's a lot of limestone in the ground, so it uses that energy to be able to move, to manifest, keep the manifestation. It can probably go near a if there's a like an electrical plant,
Yes.
that uses those energies to manifest itself. And if it can manifest to full manifestation, it can probably attack. But here, I guess he ran out of energy as I prayed. They said, "Oh, said time to go." He's praying the Our Father, and it takes off.
Yeah.
There normally is more than one because they travel in numbers. The Legion. You can see this one, the beastly face right there.
I see a body.
Yeah, he's got a body, but look at the
Yeah.
face.
Yes.
Then there's another one over here that's trying to manifest. Then we had said last time there was another one right here. But yeah,
I definitely see a few. Bernard, there was lights in the sky here in Arizona, like back in 90 something. It's on YouTube. It's called the Phoenix Lights. But we never know either what our government has. And they
can I
don't
bring?
tell us. Because even our governor called in at the time and asked if there was any, military, anything with the military going on, and they stated no. But everyone saw it. They saw it all the way from Phoenix down into Tucson. So, like, something traveled.
I wanted to
So you're,
address that CE5 question. Basically that's close encounter. It's a number they're using for making contact with these extraterrestrials, but they're demons. And that's what the big UFO billion-dollar industry, books, people, podcasts, news programs, you name it, people are making big money and all these different things. So basically it's I call it white witchcraft, white, because the Bible, like I said last night, the Bible doesn't differentiate between black or white witchcraft. It's all the same.
Right.
And it's going against they're using the powers of what the adversary has, and man is being tricked, has been bamboozled by all this. And so I know it sounds like real, because I used to be into this heavily, this stuff, and I came to a dead end, because the thing of it is I think the Lord had led me all through that industry of all that kind of stuff. And it came to a point where it was like a dead end. Like, well, okay, so, but who is flying these spaceships? Who's doing it? Whatever. And nobody's getting to the truth of it all, right? So it's kind of like, there's a massive cover up, because the government's covering up that these are demonic creatures. And if people really knew about this stuff, they would come out, and they're going to trick everybody now. I mean, and that's what's going to happen. They're going to do a false invasion, and they're going to say these are the good guys. They're here from Palladium. They're they're the Galactic Space Command, and they're here. Star Trek. They're here to help us and all. It's all BS. It's all because people are so gullible on this stuff. And I was not super gullible of it, but you have to learn it all and put it up on the shelf to see if it's going to pay dividends at the end. And it didn't. So the CE5 or whatever, it's basically it's another tool that Satan's using to trick people, and whoever sent the question or whatever. I'm not an expert, believe me, I'm not an expert on this stuff, but it's these experiences that people have, they're not good, and people are taken against their will. So and everybody thinks. And that we were just discussing that with the cryptid field is, there's like, there's good dog men and there's bad ones,
No.
some of them, they're full, they eat something, they won't eat you because, they like deer meat, or, all these scenarios people come up with. Bigfoot, they eat berries and they dig for grubs, and they don't go after human flesh, and they wave hello to you and all that. So it's like, it's a joke, man. These are creatures from the early days of the Bible. This crossbreeding, hybridization, and demonic, like Abe was saying. These are spirits that jump into these, and they're jumping all over the place. So the CE5, I hate to tell people out there, if you're into that stuff, be very, it's okay to learn about all this stuff, but be very, very aware of the consequences getting into deep, because you get in too deep with this stuff, and the only person that will be able to pull you out of this stuff, and just remember this, everybody that's listening, Jesus Christ, the name Jesus Christ, every creature on this earth and outside this universe bows to that name. That name is above all names in the universe, above all names. So every created creature, whatever it is, they have to bow and kneel to Lord Jesus Christ. I hate to be, it sounds like I'm some kind of super preacher. I'm not, but it's a fact. It's a fact.
It is. Hello, Maddie.
How you doing, Sister Madeline? Uh, who was the one that was sharing the picture yesterday about like a dragon in the sky on the Paranormal Roundtable? Do you remember who had that picture?
I
It said
didn't
there
get to
was
watch.
like a dragon up there in the sky, but the forgot to mention what was to the right side, because what was to the right side of it was the image of Jesus Christ. I
Oh,
was
wow.
gonna say something, but there were so many people on the panel that I just didn't say nothing about it. They really look into the picture because they were focused on the dragon and all this, or supposedly a dragon, right? It's clouds. Clouds can form to anything, but they're saying it was like a dragon. But if you look to the far right, you can see the image or the face of Jesus Christ.
Oh, wow.
To the far right in the picture.
Was that the photo that had the cross in it, Abe?
Who was sharing those photos? Do you remember?
Um,
Maddie should know.
that was on. That was on. Was that on Wolf's show?
Yes, on Wolf Show.
Yeah, that was that guy. He's got all those
Oh, okay.
stories. He says.
Yeah,
And
the guy that was talking about drugs and stuff. Yeah, I just can't
yeah,
remember his name.
he's kind of like. I think he had mentioned something about. I think he's Italian descent,
Yeah.
and because he had mentioned something like that. But he's been on your show
Yes.
before.
Clint,
Maddie's
Clint.
saying Clint.
if you're listening, Clint, look at the photo again. Look to the far right. I just didn't get to say nothing yesterday. Look to the far right of the photo, and you're gonna see the image of what we know. You know what people say is Jesus Christ, the face and everything with the hair and the beard. It looks like Jesus Christ to the far right.
You mean Clint? Clint was sharing the picture of his daughter
Yeah.
along with the photos.
Yes,
I
he was
can't see
focused on
this.
he was focused on the dragon, but if we really paid attention to the far right of the picture, you could see the face of Jesus Christ.
Hello, Andres.
Hey, everybody.
Maybe
There you go. Yeah, all the night owls are showing up. They're probably
Yes.
Hello,
like,
everybody.
we've been on
Hello,
Hello,
for
Jaime.
Hello, Angel and Andres and Scott. Hello, Scott.
hello.
They doing, Jaime?
How you doing,
Hey,
Abe? I had to come on, fellas. I had to. I couldn't
So
resist.
has anybody ever experienced like something terrible was happening to you, and all of a sudden you see the time stop or go really
Yeah.
slow?
Like, what you're talking about is like, what people call it like an adrenaline rush, where time stops because your
Mm.
adrenaline is so high. But yeah, I've witnessed things like that happen to me in some accidents. When accidents,
Yes.
especially, yes.
I had a blowout on my front right tire on the freeway, and my car happened to stop. Instead of going straight, it was sideways. And I saw all the lights from the cars like stop, but it was far away. And on the freeway, you know that's not possible. So when I looked, I shifted. At the time, I had a 64 Impala. So I shifted into reverse and I floored the gas. And at the time, there was a median still left on the freeways in the middle. It was dirt. And right when I hit the dirt, I looked and I saw all the cars zoom by. And that's when, that's one of the times where I know there was, intervention from my Heavenly Father. It's wild.
Yeah,
But I was
I had
safe after that.
yeah, I had something like that happen to me. It was me and my son. My son was like a year and a half, and he was in his car seat. Yeah, right beside me in my truck. I had a 1992 Chevy Silverado, and and I'm driving, and I get hit on my right rear on my tires. I had tires that stick out a little bit, so they hit me on that side. And when I got hit, my son's freaking buckle broke. So there goes my son flying in the air towards the windshield,
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
and it's like time stopped, and my son is elevated in the air. I'm looking at him. I'm able to reach, grab him, go all the way down, and my truck is a standard, and I got my hand on the wheel. I put him all the way down to the ground, and when I'm going back up, everything goes full motion, and I hurt my rotator cuff, and I get hold of the truck. I get control of the truck, but it gave me enough time for me to save my son,
Mm,
because once I put him in safety, time went back to normal. But I was able to save my son, in which
that's awesome.
what happened is the light was, what is it, green, right? Green on both sides. The lights were faulty. Like, it was green for
Oh,
me and green for the other person. So when we looked at the lights, they were green all the way around.
oh my goodness.
Yeah, but yeah, it's like I don't know. It's just, I couldn't understand it, adrenaline rush for me, but how is adrenaline rush going to stop your son in the air? It's not. That's Jesus Christ. He
Yeah.
protected us.
Yeah, they have angels around you. When I moved out here to Arizona, it was funny. I ran out of gas like 10 miles out of Amarillo in my truck. It went to, because my tank, they didn't, again, I had replaced a tank, somebody did, but they didn't set the fill bobber inside the tank. So that thing, I had like a quarter of a tank and it just dropped to zero. But for some reason, something got a hold of that truck and pushed me and there was a service road there, but it pushed me me and Jesse were talking about that. He has a ridiculous story about that. I mean, it's even way weirder than mine, but I went without gas, and prior to this event, because when you run out of gas, your power steering goes. I mean, everything goes off in the car, and you can't. I mean, it's like you have no power steering at all, and it's like when you move that wheel, it's like, oh, it's super hard. But there was something that got a hold of my truck and pushed me. It must have pushed me I would say 200 yards, and I was like dead. The power was totally off of the truck. But the next day when we left, I had at that time I was married, and we didn't want to take the truck, and she freaked out. So I went to a U-Haul truck and putting the other stuff in it. But here's the funny thing. Coming back, Flagstaff to Phoenix is all these lights were they were blinking at me, we're meeting you, And Abe,
That's wild.
had this camera doing, and I had the camera, and I was taking pictures. Abe, none of them came out, but I was taking pictures. Just with the flash, saying "I see you guys," And my wife at that time, she was in front of me, but she didn't know what was going on. But I knew, man. It's like, oh my God, I've got these angels. They're all leading me into Phoenix. They're like my guardian angels. There were a bunch of them, like 4 or 5, blinking. Coming
That's
back
awesome.
from Flagstaff, everything is downhill. Everything is downhill and curvy. And and this was in the wintertime. And luckily we didn't hit a storm, because a big snowstorm, you get caught in a snowstorm there, you need chains. You cannot drive in Flagstaff, Arizona in the winter. When those storms hit,
No.
you got to put chains on. And
Yeah, they're
you might as well
required.
not at all. rent a motel, because there's no way if you'll get killed, you know. But anyways, yeah, that was that. Yeah, I just wanted to relate that angel. You know, that angel. They take a hold of your cars, and they have some kind of tractor beam, or they do something, and
Mm-hmm.
they slow time down. They do all kinds of strange stuff.
Yes. Oh wow, Bernard. I had a black. I had an encounter with the black dog one night, and it I, it appeared out of nowhere. I was my old childhood home has a gate entry, and it has the double gates, so you have to go like across the street to turn into the gate because the way it sits. And I had my window rolled down, and all of a sudden I saw a big, huge black dog, and it started jumping, tried to jump in the window and bite my face. And at the time, I had to go to the bathroom really bad. So I was trying to uh, like go in, and I was braking, and something told me to roll the window up real fast because the 64s don't have, automatic windows. So I was trying to roll the window up and push the brakes and trying to go inside the gate at the same time. And all of a sudden, once I get the window up, it starts hitting the window. And out of nowhere, there comes a big white dog, and it starts attacking the black dog, and it was biting him on the butt, and it got its attention, and it turned around, and I just made it into the yard. And I was thinking, oh, great. Now the dog's going to follow me, and I don't know what I'm going to do. I have to go to the bathroom. And when I turned around, I saw the white dog behind it, and it chased it away from the yard. And at the time, I was like 19. So I get out the car, I run, and I close the gates, and I locked it because we had a chain with the lock. And when I turned to look, they were both gone. So I don't know what, that black dog was. I kind of know, but it was so weird looking. It looked like they're very evil. Like the face, the mouth was completely like it had big teeth. So it wasn't a normal dog. But the look on it was scary. But I don't. Since I'm used to seeing odd things, the immediate shock goes away, and you just turn into, like automatic mode, just keep going. So that was odd too. I mean, it wouldn't have been like a bad accident, but I would have hit the pole to the gate because I was
Did
living on my
the,
own.
did the black dog have his tail sticking up in the air?
I don't remember the tail. I just remember the face, and it just like um, barking and lunging towards my face. I don't know how it didn't get through because it was big. But, well, I do know. I mean, that's God's presence as well. But that white dog, I sensed that it was good. And the way it was biting, it was nipping at the rear end. But it was all like so fast. And then I had to go to the bathroom so bad. That was what I was focusing on. Please don't let me pee.
Yeah,
But when it went away, I was like, what was that?
sometimes signs do work like that because the white chasing away the black is a sign. Because I've seen sometimes with birds, and you see a bunch of black birds flying over, and then white birds follow. But even in traffic, when you get a sign that a white car is following a black car, and it doesn't say
Mm,
anything about these black birds or car or people in it, not saying anything about them, but sometimes you do see signs of that manner.
Yeah, I felt that the black one was evil and the white was good because I felt protected at the time, you know. Just the teeth on that thing
I don't.
was like wild because it had a huge head. And I had never seen that dog in my neighborhood before because I live in a small it was kind of like a reservation and it was Yaqui natives. So there was a lot of just over they had built a freeway through there because there was never a freeway there before, and it's the I-10, and right across it the land was an old native burial ground. So that town has a lot of activity.
So it could have been
Yeah.
the activity. It's this land. Uh, I would see uh, an encounter with two of them. They were huge. They were massive. They're in Elms Grove where I was outside uh, because it was a hot day, so I was outside. Had a gun from a walk, and I was just sitting there in the front porch, like around 1:30 in the morning. As you know, there's a lot of fog. Fog comes out of nowhere, and there's fog all around my mobile home, my yard.
Oh wow.
I'm standing, I'm looking because the fog is very thick, and it's almost up to my chest. So I'm looking down, I'm freaking out, and I'm just like, "Hey sis, check this out." I'm calling my sister to come check out the fog because it came out of nowhere. As I'm looking at it, next thing you know, I see something circling around me, and I'm looking, and it's this huge dog looking at me. Then it's two of them. There's two big black dogs just circling around me. And my sister opens the door and she sees them. And said, "What the?" She's like, "What the hell is that? Those are huge." I mean, they were just circling around me, looking at me, and I'm there, and I'm just praying within myself. And I'm not,
Mm.
I don't know what kind of dogs they are, but they're massive. Then they go by the mobile home, and they're there by one of the rooms. Next thing you know, they just look at me. They turn around and walk away into the dark, into the fog.
Oh
Once
wow.
that happens, it's kind of like the fog clears up some. What they were, what they were looking for, I do not know.
Mm.
Uh, but they had fog with them. I guess
Testing your faith.
I think to conceal their as camouflage or something. But once they left, the fog left too.
That's wild. I think all this happens too because if you are very faithful, you know, Satan tests you.
I wish I
Oh,
could have
Um,
had I had my camera on me, so I would have taken a picture of them. How
right.
big they were? They were huge.
Yes.
They were bigger than me. Just put it that way. I never seen dogs that big.
No, I
They
I
had
yeah,
had
big.
never seen.
They kind of resembled the hyenas. A hyena looks.
Ew.
The face looked different and everything. Like didn't look like the dogs in the
they
neighborhood.
Right.
were they were too big, Abe. They were just
Yeah,
unnaturally big. It was not
unnatural.
Yes.
normal. Yeah,
No. Mine was too. Mine was huge, and now that I think of it, it the face did kind of look like a werewolf because the teeth were huge.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
They
it
just
was
kept on
just trying to
circling.
scare me.
They were circling, and I was like, "Man, I'm in shorts."
Oh
They
my
tried to
gosh.
take a bite. I didn't know they had rabies or what. But when the fog was there out of nowhere, the way it came, and they came out through the fog, it's like, wait a moment,
Oh,
this is
oh,
something ain't right with this. So I was
Abe.
praying while I was standing there. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Abe. I'm not. I didn't mean to interrupt. Yeah, you just mentioned the fog and the came out fog. Yeah, that's something else, Abe. That was spiritual, man. Right
Mm-hmm.
And
off the bat,
it's
I can.
like
I,
it was weird. It's kind of like they were looking for somebody
uh huh.
because
Oh,
the way they were acting, there wasn't acting like a dog. They were acting like they were looking for someone. They
searching.
went by one by one of the rooms and they just stare and they look at me and they turn around and walk away. You know, they leave, and when they leave, a little bit after that, the smoke, the fog that came with them left too. Were the hellhounds?
Oh,
What were they? I don't know.
oh,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah, Abe. That's not normal, Abe. That's not normal. That's spirit. That was spiritual. Uh,
But
Right.
I
my
wasn't afraid of them. I just
yeah, that's good.
maintained
Great.
a heavily love foundation, you know. But my sister didn't step down the steps. She stayed inside the house. I'm like, hell no. She's like, I ain't going down there. She's like, is that you trying to show? That's what you're trying? No, I wasn't trying to show you the dogs. They just came
Right.
right now. Came out of nowhere, you know.
That's wild with the fog.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I know
That's
when
not
I
normal,
came
Abe.
home. Yeah,
You know
I
what
know
it
when I
reminded
came
me?
home.
That shit, it reminded me like, but you know, there wasn't making no growling sounds or nothing like that. It just reminded me the fog. Reminded me like the movie American World for London because the fog came out of nowhere. There was no
Oh,
Oh
fog.
yeah.
It came out of nowhere. But then when
Mm-hmm.
they left, the fog left too. How is that possible?
that what was together.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
that's that's
yeah. I
damn,
think
Abe.
so. Like Sister
Mhm.
Madeline said, I mean, I was sick, you know, so they probably looked at me and like, you're lucky your sister's on the porch, or you know, maybe your time here on Earth is over, you know. But my sister was there in the porch.
Wow.
Maybe they couldn't do nothing if my sister seen them because she's seen them too. So they took off. I don't know.
Yeah, it was
I
weird.
feel, Abe. I feel they were there to just harass you, Abe, to frighten you any kind of way. They were attempting. They were making an
Hmm.
attempt. They were
Yeah, but
attempting
it did. I was
freak you out.
afraid.
You know. Yeah. Yeah.
You
That's
should have
not
seen
normal. That
I've been in the military, and I was in the military 10 years. I would train at night, but I never seen dogs that big, or even the I've seen coyotes, I've seen wolves, but I seen cougars. I think there's well, mountain lions. This dog were as big as mountain lions or bigger.
Mhm.
Yeah.
My
Yeah, the
sister
Yeah.
dog I saw
told
was
me, like, she's
huge
like, what
too.
the F is that? She said, they're huge.
I wish there
Oh
was
man.
cameras when I was 19.
Andres Carizales says, look up the legend Cadejos.
Cadejo.
Now, you want to jump on, Andres, and say it to the viewers.
Oh, yeah. I was just saying that I actually heard legend of that a few like years ago on YouTube when I was reading on paranormal stuff. Uh, I heard when I was listening to the story that Angel was talking about. It reminded me a whole lot of the legend. I'll basically sum it up. Like she was saying, first the black dog, the evil one, shows up. But if you're a good person, according to the legend, the white one shows up to defend you or protect you from it. So that's basically the summary. But I wanted to point out the similarity. I It's Mexican and at the same time indigenous origin.
Right.
So what happens when two black ones
So
showed
I
up?
thought
Because that what happened to me. Two black ones were circling me.
that might have been
Oh.
something else. I just wanted
Oh,
to that was probably something else, but I'm not sure. But I just brought that up because of what Angel said because it reminded me a lot of the legend. That's why I told you to look it up to judge for yourself to see what it is.
Thank
It
you.
is interesting.
And they
the
didn't
one with
growl.
the white, the white one happened to me when I was in Operation Desert Storm, where I talked about where I could hear something growling at nighttime above me, but I'm on top of the tank, so whatever it is pretty tall. It
Oh
is
my
growling
goodness.
above me, right? So one day I'm like, okay, I'm gonna leave my BDUs on, my boots on, pretend I'm asleep. So when I heard that growl again, I'm gonna jump out of the sleeping bag and see what it is. So I'm pretending I'm asleep. I'm there, and then I hear the growl. When I hear the growl, I jump out of the bag and I'm looking, and I'm not seeing nothing. Then I see something white in the distance. It's crawling and it's coming at me like it's gonna attack me. So when I jump off the tank, it starts running. It starts running towards me. I'll start running towards it, and it jumps towards my jugular, and as it opens its jaw, I freaking hit it with an uppercut right underneath and it freaking starts flipping in the air, and I start beating the crap out of it, and the dog is making all kinds of noises. Where I'm going ballistic on it. Luckily, it's lucky I didn't kill it. Because I have my weapons on me and everything. First sergeant's like, "What the hell's going on down there?" And everybody's flashing their lights, and I'm beating the hell out of this big old dog that tried to attack me. I guess he see me as food because that's what they were doing. The dogs, right? The animals were eating the body parts
Yeah,
the the bodies that there wasn't no body bag decal yet.
the wild dogs.
It was a wild dog, but it was huge.
Wow.
So the following day they put an ordinance order to kill all the dogs because they're all fat from eating body parts.
Oh
Ah,
man.
So they're killing the following a pile of they come out of nowhere. I guess in the
Oh.
sand there's nothing blocking the wind, so you can smell for miles and miles away where there's a dead
right.
body. And to them that's food. So, but yeah,
Well,
and
they're
that was
fair.
what was weird was a growl that I kept on hearing, and it's like, man, I heard the growl beside me, but there was nothing there, but it was in front of me. I said, how can it be in the front, but the growl is beside me? I'm thinking the
Mm,
growl, it sounded like a lion or something. I don't know, but I'm thinking it was something a demonic, a demon, whatever. So
definitely.
I would stay prayed up, you know. Of course, that's the land of the degen also.
Right. I was gonna say they do believe in, evil spirits as well. And I know that in the Middle East, it's illegal to practice anything like witchcraft or anything. You will be punished by death.
Oh, they don't play around over there. I've
No.
seen somebody get their hand chopped off for stealing.
Yeah.
I've seen a woman get stoned for cheating on her husband that was married with 10 wives. How
Wow.
the hell? How are you gonna get stoned for? And if you do drugs or anything, for those that are have any drug problems over there, if they catch you with drug, that's automatic death.
Yes.
They don't play around over there.
No. I can imagine. Like, I'd be kind of scared to visit over there because you have to do a lot of research, on what's allowed and their laws. Because if you
Well,
do something,
I was see the gen out there. I remember one time I went back. I went there 2 times. The first time during Operation Air Storm, which I seen them out there in combat. But the second time went to '95. They said, "Okay, who wants to go to Kuwait City?" So they got us in a bus. Come on, let's go. They got a McDonald's, a Burger King, and a Baskin Robbins. I said, "Oh man, feel like eating some ice cream."
Baskin
So I
Robbins.
got in the vehicle, got me the little Baskin Robbins. I said, "We're gonna be here for in 3 hours. Come back to this spot because the bus is coming. We're leaving." So we go explore. We're walking around, and what do you call those things, Scott? The ones that's got all the pipes sticking out where they be smoking.
A hookah.
Well,
Yeah,
they're smoking opium,
yeah,
you
they call
know.
hookah. What was it?
Yeah, I don't know what the term
So
is,
there was
but
there was an old
over
man
yeah,
there.
over in
He
Asia
told
they
me
used to have all that
he told me to
opium.
sit down. He
Yeah, because
invited
they
me,
grow it
right?
over in Afghanistan.
He invited me to smoke that with him, and when I was gonna sit down and smoke with him, his eyes were freaking yellow, man. I was like, oh
Yikes.
shit. And then he gave me a smile, and it looked real wicked. And I said, oh, thank you. Anyways, I got up and walked away. But his eyes, I believe he had the spirit of the degen in him, or could have been a degen.
Right.
He's smoking the big. He had a lot of things sticking out of it, and he was smoking it by himself.
Yeah, those are hookahs. They're just it's tobacco. But yeah, I read that they have one of the biggest, um, some of the biggest poppy fields over there, like
Yeah,
China.
it's out of Afghanistan. That's where they grow the poppies.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. Heroin. They grow the
And
heroin
then
over there.
Yeah, and I've read that they started a couple of years back. I read that they started smoking the scorpion tails, the venom, and
Oh
it got
wow.
to be a really big problem there. I got to go back and read up on that, but they were having
Wow.
a
They, they,
massive
they started
issue.
giving us little packages with cigarettes from over
Huh.
there, but I was like, man, they look like little joints, right? I said, man, let me smoke one of these suckers. I lit it up to smoke, and little bugs started coming out of it. I was like, hell no, I ain't smoking this shit. I threw the
Oh man.
little package away. You know, it had it looked like joints, but it was like their own tobacco. Nothing but little
What?
bugs came out crawling on the little joint. You know, it's like I
Ew.
threw the package away.
Yeah,
Oh
I read
man.
here too that they were smoking bed bugs.
Yeah,
Oh,
like bugs.
I was like,
I hate
what?
those
Crawling,
things.
crawling
Oh,
on
I
the
hate those
joint.
things.
It looked like a joint, you know, because the wrapping it had, you know, it was a cheap joint, but it had bugs. It came with bugs.
Yeah, that bedbug
What?
thing was here in the States.
No, I'm talking about out there.
That's
It was,
wild.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you should
But
call
you
it a
never know.
drug.
They got different traditions. I mean, they got different pleasures over there. The Arabs, you never know. I mean, I don't. I mean, well, we smoke bugs
I
over
don't
here.
know.
Would you like,
so they give you
what the
that,
heck?
and then the other thing they will give you is mango juice, which gives you the chits.
Mango
Mango
juice?
juice, mango juice. That's their number one drink over there.
Oh,
Well,
wow.
real mangoes. Well, Abe,
Mango,
those are good, man. I like
mango.
mangoes. Mangoes,
Yeah, well, you know the
they're
mangoes,
good.
but the juice and little. They'll give you cases of mango juice, but man,
Uh,
they give you the runs, man.
Must be the water, you know?
I love
We're
that
not
mango
used to the
juice.
water that they add. So did you drink bottled water while you were there?
Yeah, the bottled water was called Medina
Oh,
water.
wow.
It was coming from. Imagine this: the water is coming from the ocean because they're the factory that makes those Medina bottled waters. It's right there in the ocean,
Oh, wow.
so they filter the ocean water.
Hmm.
That's amazing.
Take all the salt out because they got
Yeah,
tons of salt,
the U.S. can come out with something like that.
Yeah.
and because
Yeah,
they got to
it's
get all
actually
that salt out.
Big
the
Richard.
ocean water to make Medina water. Yeah,
Uh huh.
Big
Yeah.
Richard, you're crazy.
I mean, if there's a drug that makes your eyes yellow, that's a big red flag. Because the eyes are quite telling, and
Apparently, Dick Richards has no shame.
because the eyes are quite telling on where
Probably
someone
get a
is
good
Hmm.
mentally.
buzz on the bug joints, huh? Hey, get it?
Yeah. Got. You
they,
never
they
know,
give
man. They're probably
bugs.
Well,
getting a
they say
high,
that they get
man.
high. They get high off of the bed bugs. I'm like, what?
Oh, hey.
Are you on
Okay,
Yeah,
guys.
well,
bugs?
Man, you don't ever want to have bed bugs. I just want to mention
No,
that. It's
no.
awful. They're awful, man. You can't get. They're hard to get rid of them. Oh, they're disgusting. I
I
hate
had
bed
never
bugs.
heard of them before. I had
Oh
never
man,
heard of them before
they're
Hey, you know what I
disgusting
heard
until
little.
today? Hey, you guys, you know what I heard today? We were one of my music friends. We were talking, and I I told him I got paralyzed. Something bit me, and I got paralyzed. And he told me because he just had a story about. He told me about uh, uh, a scorpion stung him on his finger, and he's like a musician, and he couldn't play for a while. So I told him my story. I said, I went out at night to sit on a lounger, and then the next day I was like paralyzed from the neck down. All my joints were swollen, everything, and I was like
oh,
walking like a 90-year-old, and like
Mm.
everything swollen. And he told me, I said, what do you think that was? He goes, you got stung by a scorpion, you know.
yeah, we have bark
So
scorpions here. They're
and
they're
Oh
mean.
yeah.
I yeah, I didn't go to the emergency at all, but finally it came back to me. But all my joints, my fingers, all the joints were swollen, but like from the neck down, I mean everything was joint pain. And he told me because I didn't know, I thought maybe it was a black widow or something. He goes, no, black widows. But the stinger on a scorpion, you don't feel it. It's like a super thin needle.
Oh,
And
I felt it.
so he told me that's what I got. Just bringing that
You're
creature
probably
up.
allergic.
Yeah.
You're probably allergic,
Yeah.
Scott.
Got the poison.
No, it's neurotoxin that goes into your bloodstream,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and it paralyzes everything. So
Well,
they say
Oh,
the
man.
smaller ones are the bad ones. They're the
Yeah.
ones that are more potent. But
They are
anyways,
they are because they don't know how much poison to inject, so they just keep
I
injecting.
see. Oh,
They don't know yet how to work their stinger. I was stung 5 times in one night when I was in high school. It was like the next day was my first day of school, and I woke up in the middle of the night. I jumped because we had bunk beds, my sister and I jumped out of the lower bunk bed, and I felt like my knees were on fire, like there was literally a torch to my knees, and I didn't know what was going on. I just felt a lot of major intense pain. So I start jumping around and I'm screaming, and my mom and her boyfriend at the time came out and asked me. They turned the light on in the room and they asked me what was going on, and I was crying. And I have a very, very high tolerance for pain. So by the time I'm crying, somebody would have been in the hospital, like way before then. And I was looking at my knees, and my mom's like, "What's going on?" I said, I don't know, but it hurts." And I felt like a tingling sensation on my knees. And when I looked, you could see where the scorpion stings you, because it's like, I don't know if the stinger pulls out a little bit of flesh or what, but I had 3 of them on one knee and 2 on the other. And they say that anything like scorpions and spiders, they like to crawl in between your legs because that's where your body heat is. So I guess I disturbed it when I was sleeping. And when I was outside in the living room, my sister called poison control, and my mom's boyfriend went to look inside our room to see what was, if he could find whatever it was that probably stung me. And when I ran in there, and he goes, "I found it. It's a scorpion." And it was a pretty good size one, but it's a bark scorpion.
oh yeah,
So
those are
that,
the bad ones. Yeah.
whew,
Was
that,
that was that in Arizona, Cynthia?
yes,
Yeah,
I lived in a little town called Guadalupe, and it's right by the I-10, and right over the freeway is a big, beautiful town called Awatuki.
yeah. When I lived in Arizona, every night before we went to bed, I would pull the covers completely down. My shoes were never put on the floor.
Right.
I was stung by a scorpion once, but I was allergic to the venom, and I was working for Walmart out there, and I was up on top of the rafters throwing down
Ooh.
50-pound bags of dog food, and I felt something hit my leg. Well, apparently the first time it didn't go through my pants. So I looked down just as it goes back in, and I swatted it off me. And by the time I got down from the rafters and out of the back, my throat, I couldn't breathe. So I found out I was allergic to scorpions.
Yeah, the poison control kept calling me every 5 minutes to make sure that I wasn't, because if you are, you have to be rushed to the hospital because you can go
Yep.
into anaphylactic shock.
Yep. Yeah, when I should have known better, because when I was a kid, and I still am allergic to bees, but as I grew up, I didn't have to carry an EpiPen. I could, take Benadryl or something now, but I had never been bit by a scorpion before until that happened to me, and then I found out, whoops, maybe I should still have an EpiPen just in case.
Right. My niece is like that with bees and
Yeah.
anything, so she has to carry one.
Mm.
But
Yeah,
they literally, the scorpions here literally, if I see one on the floor, they literally run at me, which
Now,
freaks me out.
yeah, the scorpions usually don't do that, but I'll tell you what does out there is those vinegaroos. Have you ever seen those?
I have not. What do they look like?
They look like scorpions in the front, but they have a bulb butt, and they're very aggressive. When I worked at the nursing home, they used to hide between the sheets in the closets, and they will
Oh
sit
yeah.
on the wall, and if you
I'm
don't
gonna,
see them, they'll like pulse up and down, and then they'll jump down and they'll chase you.
what?
Yeah, they're real
I
I'm
bad.
think
gonna have to look
Yeah.
them.
those things. I think those. Brenda, I think
Hey,
they go after the scorpions. They kill the
They
scorpions.
they do, but if they pinch you, then you better like vinegar in your food because you taste that for like almost a week,
Oh
about a week.
wow.
I ate
Okay,
nothing but
so
fish the whole time when it stung me because that's the only thing I put vinegar on.
oh
Yeah,
yeah, my tongue literally. I felt like when because they told me to try and drink water, and then they told me to make a paste out of baking soda, ice water with ice, and a really thick paste. The baking soda apparently draws out the poison, the
yeah,
venom.
yeah,
So they kept calling me every 5 minutes, all night long, and then after a while it changed to 30 minutes, and then every hour until I was
yeah.
okay because it lasted until the next morning.
Well,
And it,
definitely tell you the one thing that I did in Arizona when I found out about scorpions, I got a house full of cats.
oh yes, yeah,
Yep.
because for some reason they're immune to the venom.
And they'll get them even if they get on the bed. If they'll see them under the covers if they're scurrying around. Yeah,
Right, and,
I was like,
right.
I'll take one cat. No, maybe I'll have those other two also. I look like the crazy cat lady.
yeah, they're
The
aggressive,
cats
huh?
are good.
You
Abe,
said about a
they're
UV light
aggressive.
or a black light.
Abe, you remember? I don't know if you know of that saying about the scorpions. Abe, hello, Abe.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you ever heard that the saying of the saying about the scorpions? It's in Spanish. I've heard it before. No, Dios no le dio alas a los alacranes porque vuelan en el aire y te pican. God didn't give the scorpions wings because if they did, they would
Well,
fly
that's
on
all
your
we
head
need.
and
Oh
sting
no.
God,
you.
yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
had never heard of scorpions running at you, but they run at me. They chase
yeah, they're
me, and I'm like,
aggressive.
what?
They're like, come here,
They're like, oh, we know you're afraid of you.
come back.
That you're
What
afraid of us.
color?
I mean,
What color? I've seen black ones and brown ones.
yeah,
Scorpions.
The ones
the
out there are
black.
brown.
The
Yeah,
black
these
ones.
are bark.
Yeah.
I had asked you before, Abe, if you had seen the black ones over there in the Middle East.
Oh yeah. I killed. I
They're
killed.
huge.
I killed a couple of them. They were huge.
No, that's
Oh,
my
Oh,
nightmare.
yeah.
and they're
Hey,
and
did,
they're
hey, did you see the
they're
sign?
camel spiders.
Camel
You
Oh
would
spiders.
yeah,
think that
that's what
they're
I
camel
mentioned. Oh,
spiders.
that's a scary looking thing, man. That is
Yeah,
a ugly
I
looking
shot
creature.
when I used to live out there in Heather Glen. My ex-husband come home from Iraq, and he brought his bag with him. And right when he come through the door, I said, "Take that outside, empty it outside, and shake it off before you bring it in." He's like, "Why?" I said, "I don't know. Just I'm telling you to do it.
Ooh,
I don't want you carrying anything in here." Well, he's taking a couple things out, and all of a sudden his bag starts moving. And I'm like,
oh no.
So he takes it by the end and he grabs it and he pulls it up and he flips it. And this big spider come out of there and I hit it with something, didn't touch it. I ran in the
Oh man.
house and got my I ran in the house and got my 38 and unloaded it on that thing and made it look like
Brenda.
hamburger. And
Oh,
Camel spider.
somebody called the cops on us because I discharged a firearm in the city limits, right? So the
my
cops
God.
pull up and I said, "Yeah, but come here, you got to see this, right?" So the cop walks up and back, he looks at it, and he's going, "Oh my God." And he's got his camera out and he's taking pictures. I'm like,
Like,
yeah.
what is that? Yeah, they
He
look like
said,
big giant ants, don't they?
no, something like that. But he says, just don't do that. And I said, look, I had to kill it because if that thing would have bred with any of our weird looking spiders out here, God only
Mm.
knows what we would have had.
That thing
He
gives me
saw
the
me
creeps.
laugh.
I seen them, man. They're ugly. Damn,
Yeah.
that's a creepy looking thing.
Mm.
Yeah, they're
That is one.
creepy.
Oh, they're long. They're long, and they look like, I don't know. They're just.
They're like
Ooh.
giant,
I'd like to know
giant.
how he got it through customs. I'm like, they probably put it in there if they didn't see it.
Somebody wasn't doing their job.
Right? Oh, we don't want that thing in the airport. Let it go. God.
They, they remind me of that the movie Alien, that face hugger.
Yes.
You
Oh
know, you
yes,
guys know what I'm talking about? That face
Yep.
hugger,
yes,
that thing. Oh man, it looks like.
yes.
Yeah, that is kind of what it
Oh
looks
man,
like. Yes.
They're
that's
ugly.
creepy. They're ugly.
Mm.
That's the ugliest thing
Now I heard that they
ugliest
do
bug.
bite, but they're not venomous.
Well, you know what? It might have bred with one of our tarantulas, and we would have had those mouth hugging things with
Oh
venom.
no,
Oh.
Brenda.
That and a wolf spider. Could you imagine?
Oh no, no. My niece says that in Louisiana, near the swamps, they have such huge spiders that they eat birds.
Yeah.
She said that they're up in the trees and they have huge webs, and that's one thing I cannot handle is spiders.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
I was like, yeah, no, I won't be visiting.
Yeah, there's only two things that I'm afraid of. Two things and two things only. One of them is spiders, and I don't care how big or small.
Right?
And the other one are little people.
How funny.
So I'm good with everything else.
Duendes?
I am.
Duendes, you're
I
afraid
am.
of duendes?
It's a phobia.
Have you guys ever heard of
Afraid of
ant
Maddie?
lions? Have you ever
Ant-
heard of ant lions?
Ant lions?
No,
Yeah.
but you know, I read a book. Piers Anthony. He has a. When I was younger, he has a books series. And there was something like that in that book.
Well, what it is, and I lived in Florida, and they have a lot of, each state has their own creatures, right?
Right,
So
right.
I saw, okay, you know what an anthill looks like, right? I mean, it's like
Mm-hmm.
it's like a pyramid, right? It's like a round pyramid, right? And they
Yeah.
have fire ants. They have fire ants down there too, and they But I'll get to this story about the ant lion. So the ant lions, they make an inverted anthill, meaning it's a funnel. It's a funnel.
Oh.
So ants, these fire ants, they walk around the rim of that funnel and they fall down in it. While the creature that's down on the bottom of that thing, oh my God. This thing, oh my God. Okay, you remember that movie Tremors, right?
Yes.
Tremors?
Yeah.
That's what this is. It's exactly like this. This thing, it's down there at the bottom, and it's got these pictures, right? And that ant, it'll try to get up, and it's just like a spider web. Every time it moves, the sand comes down and triggers this ant lion, and he'll come up, and he's got these pinchers, and it'll grab that ant. Now these things are probably like a quarter of an inch big. They're not that big, but what's fascinating, because my studies in college was entomology, study of insects, study of animals, stuff like that. And but this thing comes up and grabs the ant, and pulls it down, and it's like a spider. It'll digest the it'll suck all the juices out of it first. But these things, when you get it out of there and you look at it, it's like it does kind of resemble. Well, what does that resemble? It's pretty freaky. It's freaky. And another one they have in Florida is called a mole cricket, and that's really creepy. Yeah. But these fire ants, man, I put my hand down just to feel like, okay, I'm going to let this thing bite me, and I want to feel what the sting feels like, right? Oh my God! Well, It's not that it stings like a bee, but I tell you one thing: when you get that scat, when this thing welts up, it takes forever for this thing to heal. I mean, it's like the wealth that this thing has, and maybe you have to, get the poison out of it. But I did it on purpose just to see how, how bite. And they're like really small ants. They're small ants, but they're called fire ants. And they get that poison and they grab you by the pincher, and then they bend their butt, to sting you,
Right.
And that thing is it's like a hornet, it's
never-
that. They're small. They're really small, but can you imagine, like, you stepped barefoot and you had 100 of them, or 100, 200, so, and they all start biting you. I mean, it's over, man. I mean,
I've
God.
never heard of them here in Arizona. Thank God.
Yeah.
Have you heard about bullet ants?
About what?
Bullet ants?
Bullet
Bullet
ants,
ants.
yeah. But we don't
Yes.
have any bad ants
Yeah, it's
here
dry.
in Arizona.
In Arizona, it doesn't rain enough to sustain. Like Florida, it rains every day. So
Right.
the ants are in the sand. They're in the sand, as well as the ant lions and the mole crickets, and they have roaches, palmetto bugs, that the roaches with wings, and they fly.
Yes.
And they live in the palm trees. Yeah.
We have
The-
sewer roaches here, which are huge.
Yeah, but
They're huge, and then they fly at you.
They don't fly.
Oh, I
They
hate
fly.
those.
Oh,
Yes, they do. They do
Those
fly.
big,
Oh, okay.
those big fuckers.
They're
yeah.
big.
I hate it when.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate
Yeah,
those. They fly right in your face.
Yeah.
we
Yeah, a lot
have
of
we have
bugs. God.
we have Gila
One flew into
monsters
my face.
here.
Scared the heck out of me, man. That's when I really, it's only about an inch big. Oh man, you can hear the buzzing of the
Yeah,
wings,
they're big.
and it right in my face.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I used
They freak
to
me out.
trim palm trees in Florida on an extension ladder, and I was trimming the palm tree, and at our house, and I wasn't familiar with these palmetto bugs. That's what they call them in Florida, and a whole flock of them came out. They were in the dead palms, and I just bowed my head. And I had my saw, and I just hung on for dear life. And they're my head, I had my hat on, but you can just feel them there's they were it's like a shotgun coming out of there. And I'm just I'm holding on to the ladder because I'm going you can't panic because I'll be falling 15 feet, So it's and they're flying, and I'm going what are these? They're flying roaches. Oh my God, crazy, man.
We have really big bugs here too. They're really huge and black, and they come out during the monsoon season.
Yep. Sure do.
Yeah, and they got the
They
pinchers,
have
don't they?
big
They got
antennas.
a big. Yeah, they
They
got the big antennas. I forget what they're called. I think they're kind of harmless. I think I see one that shows up near my apartment every year. It's almost I know they die, but it's they must leave a trail of some kind of DNA where they come back to their home again in a way. I've noticed that on some of these bugs, they reenact the same area. They're in the same area at the same time or similar time, but it's the same bug. It's in the same, and I'm going how does this work as far as, these creatures, these insects remember, it's like geese, they fly, or the salmon, they fly, they swim upstream. There's this built-in DNA where they, and I swear to God, those beetles, Angel, you're talking about they show up at the same time in the same place all the time. And I'm thinking it's some kind of, hereditary, they come to the same place. It's just so strange. So, we don't really know about, the migratory, that's the word I'm trying to think. The migratory, you know, existence that they show up in the same place. It's very weird where I live. I mean, I've seen this like 3 times in maybe 4 years of the just one, not 2, but just like one in the same proximity, you know. And I grab it and then I put it, because they kind of flip upside down. You feel sorry for them because they can't right themselves because they're long. And but yeah, they have those big pinchers, but I've never got pinched. I don't get pinched by them at all. I mean, I haven't tested myself. Let's just say that.
Oh,
Anyways.
yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Steve, Scott, go ahead.
No, I saw somebody posted something about that, and I posted at the beginning of the show about there was a 7.8 Richter earthquake off the coast of Russia near Japan, and this woman has predicted. This woman, she lives in. You can type this in. She predicted a tsunami was going to hit Japan in July. And she didn't know when, but she's like predicted, Princess Diane's death and all this kind of. She's like a prophetic girl, and so this thing happened like a couple hours ago, and I just saw somebody that I don't know, but those tsunamis, those waves can travel like 400 to 500 miles an hour, across the Pacific Ocean. So I don't know where it's at right now, but they do have. I read something prior to the show that they had tsunami warnings going up in Japan and Hawaii, and I don't know where it's at right now, what's going on, but you might want to take a look-see of what's going on with that. But this woman, she predicted that, and I went online to look this. I don't know what her name is in Japanese, but you can type that in. She's like a prophecy woman that's predicted a lot of these events happening. And here we go. This is the 4th week of July, and but she didn't give a date. She said it was going to be July 2025. So I don't know. But Japan is very. I think they're very precautious about. Her prediction in Japan. So this thing happened, I think, off where Russia is, because Russia and Japan are very close together. So it's like a magnitude of 8.7, and it's like the sixth largest earthquake Richter scale. That's in it's the 6th largest one that's happened.
Yeah, it's off the coast of Russia. It was an 8 something. That's power. That's a strong earthquake. The center point.
Yes.
I mean, the center where it came from is off the coast. Yeah, that could produce a huge tsunami. I don't know how it hasn't. I haven't heard nothing of it hit the coast of Japan or anything. But that's a powerful earthquake. 8. If it were to 8 hit California or United States,
They said 8.7, so it was close to a 9. I even saw 8.8.
Yeah,
so
9.
I don't know where it's at, what it's doing, but you might want to get the updates. I see a lot of these channels now. They watch, they have earthquake warning, channels, and the solar storm channels and all this kind of stuff. I kind of briefly look up this stuff occasionally. But yeah, this thing just happened. But I think this woman that predicted that, she seems to be, on, like, she's got a high percentage of predicting, events happening. And she's some woman from Japan. So might want to check into her work,
You know what?
check it out.
Yeah, I think she may be gifted in some way. Scott, some people are gifted like that. I mean, there's a preacher that was
everybody talents. You know, everybody is given something. You know, talents, and
Yeah.
I love to get the talent of healing people. That's what I'd love to have. You know, I think that's the greatest talent anybody could have. You know, go up and cure people from cancer. You know, growing.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
artificial limb or growing limbs out, and I mean, can you imagine? And Jesus did that. He did that. You know.
Oh yeah,
He did that. You know.
he
So he had the
miracles.
full. Yeah, he had the full power of God, and
Yep.
you know, and all those stories that are in the Bible, they're all portraying that. I mean, they even said, you know, the disciples or the writers, you know, there were so many stories that were left out of the Bible. It would fill like 10 volumes. There were so many things that Jesus did as far as, you know, curing people and manifesting, you know, fish and food and you know, healing the sick, the blind, all those things. So you can imagine.
Well, Scott,
Well, you know, that's tremendous.
you know, yeah, yes, you know, Scott, I just want to mention this. I have the lost books of the Bible, and one of them is the infancy of Jesus, the infancy, and you know, even as a baby, as a child. Now, I'm not saying it's scripture, but I mean it's very interesting. As a baby, even Jesus as a child in the swaddling clothes, there was miracles just by touching him, and there's story after story in it as a child, and people bringing their problems, you know, and they would get blessed, and the baby would Jesus child would heal them by the touch, Scott, just by him touching. Even the cloth, his baby cloth, swaddling cloth was had the holy his Holy Spirit in it also.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, yeah.
And they're amazing. The stories
And
that
you
are in
know,
it, they're amazing. Yeah.
and you know, back in the 40s, they had a lot of tent preachers that would preach healing, and you know, people didn't have Cigna, they didn't have HMOs and all this health care that we have today. They had nothing, man. And they used to have these preachers
Yeah.
that would heal. People would go to these tent meetings, and there would be hundreds and hundreds of people in Indiana, Kentucky, and they preached healing. And these people, you know, the cloud of glory the glory of God, or like, and it wasn't the preacher. The preacher was like, you know, people had that faith. You know, they had that faith, and these people actually, not later in the years where they started faking all this stuff, but in the old days, they had people that were sincerely, they were healed from every disease, and you know, but then later, you know, they come up with all these, you know, these gimmicks, you know, because they wanted to get on the bandwagon. But the original, these healers, you read about those stories about, you know, American preachers that really had the full faith of, because back then, you know, people, again, they didn't have the doc. I mean, doctors came to your house, you know, back in the old days.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
They did not, you know, they did not have this type of, you know, and they had old-fashioned remedies like Angel was talking, like, okay, you know, baking soda to draw out, you know, they had all these salves and stuff that would draw out copperhead bites and snake bites and all this kind of stuff. And, you know, eye diseases and ears and all this stuff, you know, old remedies. And that stuff right now, if you go to like Home Remedy on like YouTube, they're bringing all this remedy stuff back, like old-fashioned remedies, you know, and they're like, all this stuff is coming out now, all these old-fashioned remedies about curing parasites in the body, you know, you name it. They come out with all this stuff now that, you know, that you know, old natural remedies that, and again, bringing
I got a
out
book. A
bringing
book of that. I got a.
these channels. Yeah, but it's all free now. You used to have to buy the
Yeah.
book, and now it's online and it's all
Right.
free.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to buy a
We
book
gotta
anymore. Everything's free.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
We
This
need to
book.
remember
That's
that
right.
that's how the natives, you know, uh, that's what the natives did.
I just. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wonder how many home remedies or herbs you could use, or salves or oils that you use. There's all kinds of them, and I
Mhm.
wonder how many illnesses could be healed with that, instead of going to getting on medication. Getting on medication and going to uh,
Yeah. Yeah.
sometimes even a
Yeah.
massage makes a big deal. A hot
Yep.
salt in a hot tub. A lot of
I
I
these
still
home
I
remedies work.
I
I
told
believe
the
that
lady
nature
at
knows what it's
Medicaid.
doing. Nature
I
knows what
told
Yes,
it's
that's
the
doing.
why.
So
Sorry.
anything
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah.
one can have, nature has an answer for
Right.
that. It cares about all its creatures, including humans, and anything physically we can have, nature will have an answer for it. It's just up to us to figure out what exactly to do.
Right. I
I
was
know that
taught
I've
about a
told.
lot of.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, there is a lot of them. And I told the lady, the head of Medicaid, that she's stupid. And she looked at me funny, and I said, look, if you guys would pay for a massage and a chiropractor once a month for me, you would save so much money on muscle relaxers and a pain pill, because that's all I need. But they won't do it. And around here, they are expensive, and I cannot afford to go once a month. And I'm like, I argue this with them all the time. Pay for a massage and a realignment of my bones, my hips, everything once a
Mm,
month, and I'll be fine.
mm. I
Because,
used to do
Yeah.
massage,
yeah,
Brendan.
see,
I used
I
to
wish,
massage.
yeah, see, my daughter does too, but she doesn't live here anymore. And, my hips, because I'm missing the leg, it doesn't have anything to hold the right side of my hip down. So when I stand up, the right side of my hip is higher than the left, which it hurts. I hurt all the time. I
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
need to go see somebody, and I need to have myself aligned all back up
Yeah.
again.
Your hips could be out of a line. Yes,
My
that's
hips,
right.
they are, and my back,
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
yeah, all of
And
it.
then you get sciatica. I get sciatica
Hmm.
sometimes, and yeah, you could even
Oh,
start. I don't know. Sciatica is awful. It goes
I
away and it
have
comes,
that.
but it
Hymen.
yeah.
Try,
Correct.
try having
A
it.
correct chiropractor who knows what he's doing could heal. Could stop. He could
Yep,
stop that. After 2 or 3 sessions, if he's a good chiropractic, he could
yep.
put your hips in line, and even take away your sciatica. I've had sciatica so bad I could not walk. I could If I sit on the ground, I can't stand up. I have to,
Right.
like a little.
Try having
Oh my
try
goodness,
having that
it
pain.
hurts so
Try
bad. It's
Yes, and try having that pain in my nub, and the pain will trickle down to the leg that's not there. Try that, and
Yes.
there's nothing
yeah.
you can do about it.
You have a
Nothing.
pinched nerve.
Yeah,
I was taught
Oh
by a Mexican lady who used to take my sciatica out, and it's a pinched nerve. And now I know how to feel for that and take it out, but I can't do it to myself,
right.
which sucks.
Yeah, it's
I've suffered
terrible.
from that since I was
And
18.
my caregiver, he used to be able to help me like with massages and stuff, which was great. But now he's got arthritis in his hands, so it hurts him. He can't do it. So
Right.
I'm going, yeah, I'm going to trade you in for some young buck or something. I
Look,
really, I tell everybody all the time, will you
Brenda,
come walk on my back?
you
I
need to
told
find
Jesse that. I told
you need
Jesse,
to
walk
find
on
a
my
deep
back.
you need to find a deep tissue massage,
Yes.
um,
Oh,
a masseuse. They can
hmm
take that out for you. That's what
I,
I
And
did.
you'll hear the pop. A good
Yeah, you'll
tissue
feel it.
massage.
yeah,
You'll hear the pop. You'll hear your spine pop. You'll hear it. It'll go into like,
You'll
you hear like little crack, and that
yeah.
you're getting straightened out. You'll
the
hear it.
the first
But
time that I go to get aligned, all of Texas is going to hear my bones crack. Okay.
Mhm.
I know
You'll
it. I
feel
can feel
the
it.
you'll feel the nerve when it's pinched when you take it out because you have to work it down. It feels
Right.
like a little marble. From she told me you are a healer because you can feel that because not everybody feels it,
Hmm.
but you have to grab a hold of it with your fingers and pull it down. And when it comes down, you'll feel it pop. It'll
Yeah.
literally, you'll feel it pop, and then you'll feel the nerve open up again. It feels like a rush of water coming out, and
Mm,
that's when you know you've released it. But you have to do it 3 days in a row because she says that the nerve is very stubborn, so it'll go
right.
back up in there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've gotten to the point where I've been sitting around talking to friends, and I'll tell somebody, "Hey, grab my nub and pull it real hard," and they're like, "What?" I
Oh,
said, "Oh, come on, man, it'll feel good. I'm telling you, just pop me, pop me. I don't care how you do it. Throw me
yeah,
on the ground. I'll worry about how I'm going to
Brenda.
get up later. Just stand on me, walk on me." I told that to Jesse one day. "Oh my God, Jesse, come walk on my back." He goes, "I'm missing a toe." I said, "I don't give a hell. I don't care about your toe. I need your heels."
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you
Those
go
plates
to
they get
a
compressed.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
get compressed, and you got to what do you call it? Pull them. They get compressed, and you need to. Well, I forgot the word. Rather than say, Jesus, what is it? You got to when they massage your spine. You get a good tissue massage. You're decompressing
yeah,
your your plates, and that nerve gets to relax. It gets to be repositioned the way aligned, and you feel better, man. It's just instantly
yeah.
you can feel the relief. So I just want to
I have
mention that.
One of
I
these
have a
days.
hole in one of my discs,
Oh,
and the nerve bends and gets into there. They call it a spiny canal. So my sciatica will fold and get stuck in there, and I'm totally bedridden. It's
wow.
horrible.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it hurts. Oh, I understand. Yeah, it hurts. Oh my God,
Mhm.
you can't even stand up. You can't walk. You can't even walk
No,
sometimes.
just the movement of like your leg. Uh, if you have your legs up and you put them down, that movement will make you scream.
Yeah.
But my mom told
You
me it doesn't matter what, keep walking because if you don't,
Right.
it'll stay stuck in there
Yep.
and
Be
it'll
stubborn.
be
Keep going.
worse.
Yep.
Yeah,
You're stronger than that is. That's what you always say. I have to
yeah.
do the same thing just for me to even
you know
get
what? You
up.
wouldn't
I
Well,
even.
mean,
Some
it's
people get
terrible.
sciatica. You're not even straight when you're standing up. Some people got it
no,
so bad that you're curved. You're
that's
like to
me.
one side because of the pain.
Hmm.
You're walking
Yeah,
and you're like you're not straight. You're not standing straight. You're standing at a your torso is like even at an angle because you're
hmm.
out of a
Hmm.
line. Your hips and your sciatica bone, all the bottom uh, spine is compressed. Man, it hurts, and you can't. There's nobody. You don't see no one
Yeah.
walking fast when they got sciatica. They're barely
Right.
No.
crawling. They're barely. I mean, it hurts
You
so
should.
bad. But it's
You
not
should
Yeah.
see
disabled. It's
me.
not. You're not disabled. You
Yeah.
just
Right. You should
you need
see me
treatment.
when
You need.
I. Yeah.
Well, they don't do anything for you. They last time I went in, I had to be
They
laying
give you
down in the back of my
Amazon.
friend's car,
Amazon.
and I went to the hospital because I needed to know, if they could do something for it. No, they just threw me in a recliner and shot me up with Dilaudid, and that was it.
Yep.
When I was
Oh,
okay and wasn't crying anymore, they just sent me home.
Yep. You should see me when I have to use the bathroom because my wheelchair doesn't fit through my door jamb. So
Ugh,
I have a walker in there. So I'll stand up on that walker. Now, mind you, I have got trigger finger and arthritis in both of my hands, so my hands
same.
hurts. But I have to use the walker to get to the toilet. So I'll
That's
stand
so
up
hard.
and I'll just stretch and brace myself up against the door jamb. Now I might get one little pop, but that's about it. And the rest of my body's like, "Oh, keep going, do something."
Right.
So I have to hop over there, and then I have to hop back.
Oh
And by
my
the time
goodness.
I get back to my chair, my other leg is like, "God, you fat bitch, get off me." I mean, it's terrible. It is
Brenda.
horrible. It is just horrible. And I don't like to take pain pills. The muscle relaxers, they're all right. But I'm
Yeah.
supposed to take a what do I have? But whatever pain pill they give me, I'm supposed to take it once every 4 hours. But
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
me.
take them. I don't take them like that. I take one at night when I go to bed so I don't wake up screaming, and
Right.
that's it. I have got so many bottles full in there, it ain't even funny. I
Don't
guess
say
I'm
nothing.
waiting. I guess I'm waiting for the world
Mush.
to come to a stop, and I don't have to worry about it. you know.
Yeah. Don't let
But
them know that, Brenda, or
oh,
they'll
I know.
take you
And
off.
well, my doctor does. I love my. You know what? I waited 2 years to get in to
Oh,
see
you're
my
blessed.
doctor, and he
um,
is young, and he's awesome. He really loves uh, natural remedies. Him and I will sit and compare things, or if I find something before I take it, I will take it into him, and he'll look everything up in the computer. He'll make sure that I'm not allergic to anything that's in it, and he'll make sure that whatever it is goes well with what medication I have. Because
That's good.
I'm on two blood thinners because my blood isn't normal like normal people. It runs thicker than most people,
Mm.
kind of like dripping thick coffee through a coffee machine.
Oh,
So
wow.
I'm on that, but I also can get blood clots, so I'm on Xarelto to stop those.
Mm.
So he's got to make sure that anything that I take naturally will go with those because,
Right.
unfortunately, those I have to have. But yeah, and he's real cool about a lot of things. I'll call him up and I'll say, hey, I think I got an infection. Write me a prescription for antibiotics. He's like, okay. He doesn't even question me.
Right. And there needs to be more doctors like that
Oh,
because they're the medical the medical doctors here everywhere. I would say there's so many that do
I'm
not
gonna
believe.
tell you that poor guy during COVID, he had to pay fines because he refused to push that, and he did not make his nurses wear masks.
Well, masks didn't help anyways. I mean, it doesn't help with the
Exactly.
virus.
And he knew it. And he did not, he had to pay hella fines
Well,
during
that was
COVID because he
he sounds
wasn't going to do what they wanted him to do.
he sounds
Every
brilliant to me.
Yeah, every doctor I went into, oh, you need to take this COVID shot. I went in there and I looked at him and I said, don't. He goes, hey, that's fine. I didn't. I'm like, okay. So, it's like,
Yeah, I
so
had a
he's
nurse.
pretty cool.
I had a nurse tell me uh, secretly, in private. She told me, "Do not take that shot."
Oh, I didn't have to. I knew about it 2 months before they rolled it out. I have a relative that worked for the CDC that called me 2 months ahead of time
Oh
and
wow.
said there's going to be people getting sick. Whatever you do, don't take anything. I'm like, okay. So I already
Yeah.
knew. you know.
Now I don't. You're in Texas, also, Brenda, right?
Yes.
Now, do they have is medical marijuana allowed there?
Um, they
Like if you
have
do.
it. They do have it right now, but Governor Abbott's trying to get rid of it. Yeah.
Now, I believe I have my medical license. When I went in there, I wish I could see that doctor because she saw my file and she automatically gave me my license. But there is it for people who don't uh, smoke or eat the edibles. There's a salve that's made, and let me tell you, my best friend makes it. That is the best stuff I've ever had in my life. It
Really.
has s- um, THC, CBD, um, and some other ingredients that, binders. But if you rub that, because I have fibromyalgia, so my painkillers don't touch that. They
Right.
do nothing for it. So, but she makes that salve, and she puts a beeswax in there as well. And when you rub that on, 20 minutes later, you're like, what happened to that pain?
Yeah,
Now
I found
that you could use for your leg.
yes. I found I can also use it for my hands. I found some for my hands.
Yes.
Um, my doctor, when I went in to see him one day, we were arguing about pain pills, and he was going, "I've got to give you this." No, you don't. He's like, you're suffering and you don't need to. I'm like, well, you know what? I'll suffer. So he looks at me and he sits me down. He goes, Brenda, do you smoke pot? And I looked at him and I said, no. Why?
It
He
helps.
said, well, yeah. And I knew where he was going. So I turned around and said, not only that, but you know, the bad thing about it is when you go to the hospital for a medical emergency, if they find that THC in your system, they don't treat you like they do other patients.
What?
Okay. No, they treat you different. And it's like
Wow.
that everywhere you go. Well, unless it's a state that it's legal.
Yeah, we have
But
that.
but I told him, I said, Doc. He goes, what? I said, do you smoke pot? And he says, I plead the fifth. I said, oh, okay.
Well, you
I
know,
get it.
the people don't understand that God created that. He made that for a
Yep.
medicine. Now, people abuse it, yes,
Mm-hmm.
just like everything else.
Yep.
But when you need something, and my mom was very much a naturopath.
Yep.
She didn't, she was taught by her mother, all the herbs and, like garlic is a natural antibiotic. And there's another thing that we have. It's called the creosote bush.
Yeah.
That's an
Oh,
antimicrobial as well.
Yep. And I'll tell you, one day, it was a Friday night, and I was doing dishes, and I always put a little bit of bleach in my dishes because it helps sanitize them.
Right.
And my hands were hurting, and when I went to put it in there, I put a little too much, apparently. So I
Ooh,
get my dishes done, and I had a chemical burn across all four of my fingers on my hand, just above the nail bed.
yes.
And I had
I'm the same
left
way.
a message from my doctor, right? I didn't want to go to the emergency room. So earlier that morning, it was hurting so bad. I looked up, and there's my aloe vera plant, and I'm like, "Oh, Brenda, you dummy!" So I clipped a piece of the aloe vera plant. I put it on my fingers.
Mm-hmm.
I let it sit there. Later on that night, I did the same thing. I woke up the next morning, it was gone. So
Yeah.
Monday, my doctor calls me and he's like, "Oh my God, you should have went to the ER." I said, "I took care of it." He goes, "What
Right.
did you do?" I said, "I remembered I had an aloe vera plant." He goes, "Good girl." I said, "I'm old school. It's okay."
Right.
But
I get the same
yeah.
reaction for bleach. It burns my skin.
Mm.
excuse me, ladies. I just want to mention there's a tsunami warning for Hawaii and California.
Yes.
Yes.
Scott,
Wow. California?
yeah, there's a tsunami
Yeah.
warning. Yeah, for Hawaii
And
and California.
It was, I know
And
they said something about it's supposed to hit the Oregon and Washington coast. I do
oh
know
wow.
that for
yeah,
sure. But
That was
uh-huh.
that was a big, big earthquake. 8.8.
yes, that was. Had that had hit in the middle of the city, it would have taken that whole city down.
Oh yeah.
I used to live in California. I grew up there. So I've
Oh,
been,
me too.
that one in San Francisco that hit, that was seven something, that
Yes.
dropped
Drop
the
the
highway.
freeway.
Yep. I
Mm-hmm.
was stuck out in San Francisco for like a week and a half because so they could open something else to get us out of there. And
I used to live in San Jose, so I'm very
yeah.
familiar with earthquakes.
That was
So
called
when
the
they
North Ridge. That was called the North Ridge earthquake.
Yep, it was.
Mm-hmm.
And so when they said it was 8.7, I was like, holy crap.
They moved it to an 8.8.
Oh, did they?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
Now,
strong. That is.
had that hit on land, there'd have been a lot of damage.
Yeah. Well, hopefully the tsunamis don't,
I don't
don't
think
hit.
they'll be as high if it hits the California coast. Um, Japan now, they were already starting to get really
Yeah, I read
bad,
that.
you know.
I read that. Yeah.
But the California coast, now the coast of Alaska, out there by Alaska, now that should get it pretty decent. And they just had a big old earthquake themselves not that long ago.
Oh, I know.
So, you know, Alaska's getting hammered. Usually Alaska thread, all the stuff that goes on, hurricanes and everything, Alaska is usually pretty safe, you
Right.
know. But boy, they've been
Well,
getting hammered lately.
it's happening more and more. Like
Yep.
I just feel like, um, we're on a biblical scale now.
Yeah. Or somebody has read the playbook and they're helping it along. That's terrible.
It's just I just feel like, this is all biblical. It's gonna happen. There's nobody that's gonna be able to stop it.
Yeah.
It does
Everything.
certainly feel like it's ramping up.
What?
Like even in recent years, I remember.
Yeah.
More and
Yep.
more
And the
earthquakes,
violence
more and
too.
more volcanoes, the
Yep.
violence,
Three
yes,
three mass shootings this week.
right, and the stabbings that just
And the
happened.
stabbing. Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That was in
Walmart.
That was in Michigan in Walmart. Yep.
It was terrible.
11 people.
Yeah.
11 people got stabbed, and in downtown New York, a man with
They
a
had the shooting.
AR-15 went in there. Yeah, he killed
And
about 4
and
people,
the same.
and then there was
Yep. And the
another
same in
at a
Nevada.
Reno casino.
Yep. In Reno.
Well, look at the way everybody's behaving. There's too much hate in this world. We need to stop it, and we need to love one another
I have an
more.
idea. I have
That's
an
the only
idea.
thing Jesus
They
asked
need
us to do.
they need to light a whole entire field of marijuana and let it burn and let the smoke flow everywhere and everybody get a contact high. Everybody will sit and do nothing but eat, and then they'll laugh and happy. And everybody will go to sleep and maybe they'll wake up happy.
They need to calm down.
Bring back the hippies.
They all need
Bring
to
back the
calm down.
hippies.
Right.
Bring back the hippies.
Good one, Texas.
Once a month or once a year, the big smoke off. The big marijuana burn.
Right.
Everybody.
Right? The big
You know.
smoke off. That's what they call it too, the big smoke off.
The big smoke
I
off.
think
Just
that more. I think that more
if you're
states
stressed, come on down.
they need to legalize, the medical marijuana because that's a medicine.
And
Mhm.
as long as they're just not giving it to anybody, people who were to take that because of pain, I think they would do it responsibly. I don't think it would
Right.
be, like everybody runs around like right now. You can go to some of these smoke shops and you can get a marijuana vape, and they go through like one of those a day, and it's like, what are you, stupid? I mean, if you got
Gosh,
that
that's a
kind of
lot.
money, go, I guess go for it. But I suffer so much. There are some days that I will
That
sit in my
actually
bed
helps.
and I
Sorry,
sit
Brenda.
and pray and pray and cry and cry and cry because I am in so much pain.
I feel that. I
And
totally feel that. I'm
and
sorry,
it's
Brenda.
and it's like there's nothing I can do about it. Nothing.
Mhm. Now, do you get phantom leg pain?
Yes. Oh God, yes.
I heard
Those
that's
are
the
the worst.
worst.
Well, I thought the phantom pains were bad. I had a Charlie horse in the calf on the leg I don't have.
Oh my gosh.
That was bad because I couldn't do anything. I tried rubbing the other leg just to see if it would transfer over. I couldn't do anything. I was rubbing my nub and smacking it and punching it and
Oh my
nothing.
goodness.
It was terrible. But yeah, I get those, and it's my karma because my mother had lost her leg, and when she got home, she was telling me, "Oh, Brenda, my foot hurts," and I'm like, "Mom, you don't have a foot there. How can it
Right.
hurt?" Well, I found out.
I didn't understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's normal though. Like how do you think that that's gonna happen,
Yeah. And then, well, I know now why. It's because your cells hold memory.
Yeah.
And you feel, and seeing when they took my leg, the anesthesiologist dropped the ball. I'm allergic to it, so they have to watch me real good. They can't give me too much, but they have to watch me.
Oh my
And he
goodness.
dropped the ball, and halfway through them taking my leg, I woke up. And They had one
Ooh.
arm that was fastened down because they had the IVs in it, but the other one wasn't. And when I woke up, I automatically grabbed that. They almost got my hand at the same time. And so I woke up because I felt it. So a lot of the phantom pain that I get is that memory when they had that saw down in there
Oh,
on that bone. So um, that's usually what it is. And
now,
it hurts
now
bad.
you, now they have to have that in your file because my mom was like
Yes.
that with the anesthesia. She woke up, but she couldn't move. She couldn't talk. Um,
Oh,
the anesthesia stops working.
I jumped
And
straight up. I sat straight up
yeah, well, her issue
and
was that
screamed.
she couldn't say anything.
Oh,
And she
geez.
said she felt them cutting her and it felt like heat. The pain from the scalpel just felt like, she said it felt like a torch when they cut her.
Mm.
So I have to tell my doctors that now because I could have that, you
You
know?
know, what I associate it with, sometimes when I make chicken, I'll cut it and I'll cut the bone. And every time I cut into that bone, I just kind of have to drop the knife for a minute and back up
Oh,
because I'm like, ah, poor chicken. I know you feel this, you know? I'm so sorry,
Okay.
chicken.
Um,
I forget what that condition's called when you wake up. I have to research that again.
That's the first time I've ever woke up during it.
oh my.
I think he just wasn't paying real close attention to my vitals.
That's
Um,
horrible,
the one
Oh
thing that
boy.
I asked the doctor when I found that out, I said, "What the hell was he doing? Reading a magazine? I mean,
right?
is his job that boring?" God,
So, some anesthesiologists are just,
Okay.
it's beyond me why they are what they
they
are.
have the good drugs. Anything they
Yeah,
give
that's
you in
true.
the ER or anything they give you to take home is nothing like the drugs that the anesthesiologist has. I found
Right.
that out the hard way.
Propofol,
oh my.
the stuff that Michael Jackson was hooked on.
Probably,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
Oh
propofol,
my.
So
and that puts you into sleep. But right when they stop the drip, you wake up.
well, I had to get a blood transfusion, right? So they put me in the hospital, and in one IV they had fluids running. They use that for medicine, whatever. So in the other arm they had the one for the blood, and I called the nurse and I said, this kind of hurts. I think it's going to blow. And she tells me, oh no, don't worry about it. It's fine. Just keep your arm straight, right? So I'm laying there and I feel some wetness on my arm and I look down and there is blood everywhere. So I called her
Ooh,
back up, right? So they come in to take it out. Well, girl, let me tell you, it took 8 people and each person stuck me 3 times. I looked like a
what?
walking car. I looked like a walking cotton ball.
Oh no.
So I got mad and I said, look, turn my air conditioner up so that it's higher in heat and bring me some fluids and let me hydrate. Then come back
Right.
and try it again. And I threw them all out of my room. And then here comes the lab. And I said, and you take your blood sucking butt out there with them, right? So the
Right.
nurse comes in and she
Uh,
says, we
um,
have to run this IV. You have to let somebody find the vein. And I looked at her and I said, they were going to stick it in my finger. And I don't think so.
Oh
I
no.
said, so you can get
uh,
out too. She said, if you do not
uh,
let us find that vein, we're going to tie you down. I said, and that's the last thing you're going to say to me before I throw you out that window. So I
Right.
got mad. So I get up and I ripped my other IV out and I'm getting dressed, right? Well, apparently they called my doctor. So my doctor comes up there and he's talking to me and he goes, what is wrong? And I turned around and he goes, oh my God, he's seen all the cotton balls everywhere.
oh
And
my.
I'm telling him what's going on. So he goes, sit down near me on the bed and talk to me. I said, okay. Now I'm crying, right? So all of a
Yeah, it's
Uh,
sudden he
horrible.
says, do you want me to give you something for pain? And I said,
uh,
or give you something to calm you down? And I said, I guess. Well, he must have went and seen the anesthesiologist because I didn't even feel him stick me. I woke up 8 hours later with a pick lying in. And I
Ooh,
looked around, and the nurse was sitting there, and I said, "What did he give me?"
Oh,
right.
excuse me, ladies.
What's up, Jaime? What's up?
Oh, I just wanna say. Oh, I was gonna ask
I see a
Abe.
kitty.
Abe, were you gonna show a clip? A clip? Did you just mention a clip, Abe? Were you gonna save
Oh
it for
yeah.
tomorrow, tomorrow night, or for today? Hello.
Uh, yeah, I'm gonna show that for
Yeah.
Wednesday. Wednesday a clip.
Okay. Okay. Wednesday. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Um.
You still had some you
Later
hadn't shown yet.
later on tonight. We've been out on for 4 hours.
Nuh-uh.
I'm
Really?
just
Oh,
here,
I just saw
just
that.
listening to y'all, just chilling. It's good. It's good when you don't
Okay.
have to talk too much.
Right.
Yeah.
Y'all been talking for 4 hours. More than me and Scott Baker.
What's your Scott's name?
Scott's
Scott.
playing with his kitty.
He's beautiful.
I think that is so funny when Scott's talking and his
What a-
cat walks by the
I
camera
know
and
his
that
tail.
tail is in there.
You will see
I
some
always see
feline
his tail.
activity.
I was
He's a little werewolf.
Aww.
like,
That cat likes
kitty,
attention. It's like,
kitty,
look at my tail.
Is it
look
female
at
or male?
kitty.
He's male.
Male.
He's beautiful.
Yeah, he's a good buddy.
So
Mhm.
I
Abe,
love it when I see his tail too. There it goes.
look at there
There
it
it is.
is.
Some
So
feline activity.
Abe, how has your day been?
Well, I'm trying to get used to. You see, y'all see me here. I'm here chilling, and it looks like I'm dozing off a little. But it's because I've been trying to use that CPAP machine during the day.
Oh,
But
That's
how's that
I'm
good.
trying to
working?
get used to it. It's hard to get used to it.
Yes, I
Yeah.
I'm
have
doing
to
just
have one.
a little bit at a time,
Hmm.
So I used it
That's
this
good.
afternoon. I forgot to put it on in the morning. I woke up at 11, so I put it on, and I guess I used it for like 3 hours. But it makes me feel different. Like I don't know if I'm getting more oxygenation in the brain or what,
Yes,
but
yes, you
Yeah.
are.
trying to, uh, you know,
I
just
think I think it takes a
stay,
little while to
stay
get
awake.
used to
Yeah,
it.
it's going to take a while for me to get used to it.
Hmm.
Yeah. At
Now,
least they don't make them like they used to. They used to make those big old machines that were so loud. Sounded like
I
somebody was in a mill.
Yeah,
I don't remember the old ones. I need a new one, but you have
the
to
the,
make
the,
sure that you
the
get a
new ones are
comfortable
smaller.
mask.
They're smaller.
Yeah, you need to make sure you get a comfortable mask as well because there's some that sit the little pad that goes right under your nose, and
Hmm.
then you could. But if you open your mouth when you're at night, it doesn't work. So you have to put it's like a strap under your chin, and it
Yeah,
or
velcros.
or get that one that goes over your
The
mouth
full
and
one.
your nose.
they're
Yeah, the
Yes,
gonna
full one.
they're gonna send me like two different masks to try out.
Yeah.
good.
Because I told them that this one sometimes moves, or when I wake up, it's off my face.
Oh
So
wow,
I don't
I have
know.
the
And
full.
what's weird about it is that they control how much air comes out of it. I don't control it; they control it.
Well,
So
mine is
they could
set.
adjust it. I guess, from my understanding, they could adjust it from over there.
Mine is set so it does not like I can turn down the on the dial. I could turn it down like
Hmm.
the humidity, the water, um, but I can't change it. I never heard that they could change it in the office because
Well, I
mine's
found
already
out that.
preset.
Yeah, I found that out uh,
This
today
must be new.
because she said, "Oh, so let me." She's like, "I didn't even have a machine." She said, "Let me lower down your humidifier a little bit or whatever," and she did something there, and so you're good.
Hmm.
It's like, okay, so that's telling
They
me you can. So that's telling me they can raise up their air also, that they're in charge of that. So I have to
Yeah,
be careful.
that's weird because I've never heard of that. Mine's already
Well,
preset,
I seen
so
her.
these must be the new ones.
It
maybe.
at the VA.
Hmm.
Um,
Well,
do they give you stuff to put in there, like to drip in the
no,
machine?
I just use distilled water.
Distilled water.
Oh, I seen these small little things that they put in there. I thought maybe they just gave you something to help you sleep while you're breathing. You know?
Oh
No.
no. It's just air. It's just oxygen
Yeah.
or air. Yeah.
I have to get another. I have to do another test because of why I got mine a long time ago, and the the setting's really high, and I noticed that I don't when I go to sleep now. Um, I don't snore. So she said that I have to have another test, but I could do it at home. So
Yeah.
they can lower down the setting in the new machine.
Well, I know
Because
when they when I said, and I wish I would have talked to Abe before he went and had his done. My doctor said he wanted me to go get tested, but I told him, sure, if they don't mind me bringing my little dog, because I don't sleep without my dog. And he said, well, then they can set it up where you can do it at home. And
yeah,
that's all Abe would have had to tell him. Yeah, if I
this
can
is
bring my
new.
dog.
Yeah, this is new because you used to have to go to the office.
Yeah.
Facility.
Hmm.
So yeah,
Now my
it's
doctor told me
trying
I
to
could
get
just do it at home.
trying to get adjusted to that. Just
Yeah.
It's hard for the first
yeah.
like month to get used to the mask, but if I was you, I would definitely try all the different masks.
Yep.
Because there
I
was
mean,
one that was way too big for me. Like it sat on my nose, so I would feel it like near my eyes. I'm like, oh no, this is too huge.
yeah,
Man,
that's
we've
Like
been
not.
on
saying,
for 4 hours. Luckily, we started early. Maybe I think I'm gonna go put on the mask and go to sleep.
There you go.
But
So
then
how
there's
about
it'll wake up too early, and then I'll be up all day.
you
yeah, I
get
have
really
a
good sleep.
what time is it, Daniel? Oh my God. Yeah, I have an early morning appointment myself.
It's only 12
It's
here.
it's
It's
12:07 here in
2:07.
California.
Yeah,
What time is
same
it
time.
there, Abe, in Texas?
Yeah,
They're 2 hours
207.
What time
ahead
you
of
got?
us.
Yep.
it's 2:07. Well,
2:07. Okay, we got more time, Abe, or do we got another hour? Or
uh, I was thinking about
Well,
calling it and saving some energy for later on tonight when we do World Wednesday.
There
We've
you
been
go.
uh
on for 4 hours.
Awesome.
Unless Scott Baker's got another story to share.
yeah,
Scott, you got
I'm going to
something?
sign off too. I've got to get up early and I got to sign
Yeah,
off too. So yeah,
Oh,
I'm about,
this
yeah,
one started early.
I got stories, but I'm too tired. So
All righty.
Thank
yeah.
you for the show. It's been awesome. Thank you
Yes.
guys.
Thank you, Abe.
Thank you,
I'll see you
Ed.
You're
tomorrow
welcome.
night or whatever.
All righty.
okay,
I'll
Scott.
probably come out late. Yeah, I got some gig on tomorrow night, so I'll be back later. So, all right, you guys take
All
Good
right.
night,
care.
everyone.
All right, have a
Good
good one,
night.
Scott.
Good
Good night.
night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night,
Thank
chat.
you.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Scott.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
My day is just getting started. It's 8:07 here.
Oh, 7.
All right, have a good one.
All right, you too. Text me.
Here we go. That's about everybody there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
trying to get used to the machine, man. And you seen I started doing the video. I was fine at first, but then the sleep started hitting me, man. Like it's
Yeah.
trying to. Just got to get used to using the machine.
Yeah. I mean, the ladies were going for a good long time. I was like, oh.
Yeah,
I mean, I want I want everybody to I want us, get back on track. I was like, I got to stop the train, and maybe
yeah,
we can get back on track. Yeah. I was like, okay.
yeah. But yeah, tonight, World Wednesday, we
Hmm.
just no, I think my brother might be here too. I'm not sure.
Oh, Jack.
But
Yeah, Jack.
I
It's
want to share I got a short reel
there's
that I want to share with you. I took a screenshot. I still got to debunk it more, but I believe I caught something in there. That's why
Uh-huh.
I'm saving it for Werewolf Wednesday. So
Yeah.
it's a, you don't want to miss it. It's something that I caught in there. At first, it
Hmm.
looked like something, but then I took a closer look, and then I seen it. And I think on the short reel that I had created before, you could hear
Hmm.
where something's growling, and I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. Man,
And
I'm looking forward to it.
I already created the short reel and everything. I just got it waiting for World Wednesday to
Yeah.
share what is in there. Uh, but the one that was in that area was my brother because he had my phone,
Hmm.
so it was growling at him, whatever that
Yeah.
was.
That's even on the short reel. You could hear it. You could hear the growl on the short reel.
I haven't placed the short reel of it yet. I'm gonna wait till
Okay.
tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
man. I
and
I
I got
hope Jack
the
shows.
longer version of it. I
Mhm.
might create one with a longer version of what I'm saying, and you could hear something growling at my
Mhm.
brother. But yeah, definitely caught something there.
Abe, you ever tried to make a collage, like all your short reels, and put them like all together, but they go into one another. I don't know. You could do it. I mean, there's a way to do it where you get one picture and you get another one, and they how do you call it? The image moves. It goes into one. It goes into the other. What I'm saying? Like a DVD. They if you'll see one, and then the next one will start, and then it'll keep going. You know what I'm saying? There's a way to do that. I don't know if you have to have a program for that, but
Yeah, and I'm just whatever I find, I put it out there. But yeah, there was activity there.
uh-huh,
Of course, the voice where it says things says get out.
uh-huh,
There's one where it says not again. that's,
uh-huh,
that's what they say because we
uh-huh.
showed up and you could hear somebody say not again.
Oh yeah.
Like this somebody would say not again. Uh, somebody's the somebody says Drew. I guess they say their name.
Uh-huh,
Then there's one where my brother's nearby that area, and I call my brother, and he's coming towards me, and then it says, "Come here now,"
uh-huh.
whatever's there in that wool line. But I haven't
Yeah.
gone back. I just debugging the video and save the footage for y'all to see tomorrow.
Hmm.
But I'm
Hey,
I'm gonna take a closer look at it
yeah.
this morning.
Hey, do you have a
Or
computer, Abe? Do you have a regular computer? You know,
yeah,
just
I got a laptop.
okay. Okay. Oh, laptop. Okay, because
Laptop, full HD. It's like a gamer one.
okay, it folds like a
Yeah.
you know. Okay, I got a regular computer. Um, well, I think I'll just mention that there's a program that you can download videos. You could download, or you can download your videos in there. This program has a lot of features. I'm not saying for you to get it, but I just want to mention it. And there's features in it that it'll clear up the sound. You know what I mean? You
Mm-hmm.
can add more definition. You could like double it. Where you can get it really clear, and even like any background noise, you can like when you could get rid of it. You know what I mean? It'll go through the image.
But
And the
I can
sound.
I can share
You know.
something with y'all that my brother told me. I mean, I was gonna wait for tomorrow,
Yeah.
but it was about I think it was a Cerberus video that my
Mm,
brother showed me something, and I wanted to show with y'all. If y'all still
yeah.
here,
Uh-huh.
I want to share something. It's a short reel that he
Uh-huh.
showed me. Look, bro, I want to show you something. But people are not seeing this video, where Cerberus is there. But he said there's a writer on Cerberus, and he showed me something, and I want to share it with y'all. But I don't
Uh-huh.
know if you're going to be able to see. Uh, but let me find the video that he's talking about.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Okay, okay, share it with y'all. This was my brother showed me because he's been watching the show reels, and he said that he sees a rider on creatures, and it's got three fingers. So let me show you what he's talking about. Here we go. Okay, look. So like right here, you could see like the faces, right? On the. Am I sharing it?
Yeah, I see it, Abe. Yeah, it's up. Yeah.
All right. Let me go frame by frame, I guess. Let me see. I want to play it. What he showed me. There. Okay. Let me pause it. Let me go to it. This is what my brother was showing me. Let me find it. There it is. Let me see. He showed me that the writer has three fingers.
Okay, yeah, I see three fingers, Abe. A hand. It's horizontal, right?
Yeah, right here.
Three fat fingers, Abe. Yeah,
Three fingers.
yeah. It's I see
So
three.
you know how I showed you the photo of the where my brother's standing, and I call it the we called it the Death Rider. Well, there's a
Yeah.
rider on this one because there's a hand right here, but it's three fingers.
Uh huh.
You can see
Yeah,
the
I see
face
it.
of you can see the face of the what she's writing, but you can see the hand and the three fingers.
Uh huh. And I see
See,
like yeah, I see a face too. A face on the bottom. Like yeah, that's the creature, huh? On the bottom, Abe. Does it look like another face? I see
yeah,
like
there's
a
several. It's three heads actually.
yeah. I see like horns. It looks like horns or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I see like horns, and I see a face, and like it's on top of the other creature. The other demon is on top of that one, like
See, there's
riding
one
them
right
up.
here. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's like three of them. The one that's initially there, which is let's see, we can see them. Suppose something already here, right there, looking. It's looking right
Mm-hmm.
there. Look, see, it's looking, and then it's gonna start turning its head.
Mm-hmm.
You see the eyes, the snout. As it starts turning its head throughout the video, so it's turning its head right there. It's turning its head,
Mm-hmm.
turning its head because the snout is right here, the face. Then you're gonna see another one appear on the right side of it, which is right here. But then the other one's gonna come in from
Okay.
there.
Okay. Now I see a face, Abe. Yeah, there it is. I see a face right there
Yeah, there's a
on the
face.
right.
But
I see a
there was
forehead and nose. Yeah,
a
right there,
head,
Abe. That's it.
and then another face is gonna appear.
Mm-hmm.
It'll come from the left side. There it is.
Yeah, I see him like a mouth. Do you see a
Yeah,
mouth? A
he's
mouth,
got
Abe.
yeah. See the teeth?
Like the bottom lip. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got teeth. Look.
Uh-huh. Okay, now I
So
see that. Oh.
as that one comes in, you can see that one, the one that was in the
Mhm.
middle, and that one,
Mhm.
which is three heads actually.
Yeah.
And then
And you
you
know
see
what?
the hand. Then you see the hand of the rider. Watch. There it is.
Yeah, I see it coming out. Yeah, I see three fingers and it's horizontal. Yep.
So what would they say that entity there, demonic, three fingers,
Uh-huh.
three heads.
Hmm. That
One
there's
more.
a
How many more signs do you want? It's saying three fingers.
yeah.
Three fingers is three heads is all black. That's a
Mm.
demon.
Yeah, it's demon. They're black, Abe. You know what? And then Cerberus, from my studies, that Cerberus is actually a demon, Abe. It's an
Yeah,
actual demon, and it's even in one of my books. It's an account of an exorcism of in France, and this demon showed up during the exorcism in the girl.
you
Um,
see him right there. That one that turns his head and is looking,
hmm Yeah, I
and
see
then
the
moves.
face on. Yeah, the one in the bottom.
Yeah,
That one is hard to see, but I see that one right there, and Abe.
yeah,
Yeah, right
it's
there. I
just
can see
looking.
it.
Right there. See, it keeps on
Yeah.
looking.
Uh huh. Now it's.
But
Yep.
it's three of them that are there plus
Yeah.
the writer that's writing it or
Mm-hmm.
maybe attached to it.
Mm-hmm.
There, the face you can even see the teeth on that sucker.
Yeah. Yeah. I see
See?
it. That it has. I can see like ears too. I can see the forehead. Am I correct, Dave? I see the nose,
Yeah,
cheeks, right
yeah.
there, right there. I see that's a face right there,
And then
man.
the
Looks
writer,
diabolical.
the
Uh huh.
hand,
Uh huh. And the
the
demon on
three
top.
fingers, three
Yep.
fingers.
Mm-hmm. Right there, I see
There you
it.
go.
Yep. It's
So,
It's horizontal. It's
hmm
fat, like they're real thick and they're short, huh?
hmm
They're like yeah, like nubs. But those are devils. Um, yeah, I
so
see
I was
it.
just trying to share with that with y'all right now,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
and
Diablos.
it, the picture of the writer with my brother. Well,
Mm-hmm.
it's in that area, man,
You,
in those woods.
you know how it's sitting on top of the other demon name. The you know what? To, to give you an idea,
Yeah,
like that has been seen before. Like okay, on one of the books, it's of one of the books of Solomon. Okay, he made these he had these demons appear. Abe. Now I'm just gonna mention it real quick. And many of them they appear on top of beasts, riding a beast. So he would invoke, he would summon these demons to do labor, and they would appear. Some of them would appear on top of a beast, on top of a bear, alligator, a wolf. You know what I'm saying? They would appear like that, you know, on top of a beast or a animal. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
that that.
Beyond the Bucks, it is three heads.
Mhm,
Like I said, Cerberus with three heads, but it's got a rider because it got
mhm,
the hand with three
mhm.
fingers. But it's demonic in nature. Three heads, three
Yep.
fingers,
Mhm.
demonic.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, I think the devil on top of those other demons. I think it might even represent of some kind of authority, Abe. You know what I'm saying? So it's not just a single demon.
I'm gonna
It's
see. I'm gonna look back into that video and see
hmm
if I can capture the image of him because that's a close up. I'm gonna see if I can capture the image of the writer, how he
hmm
looks.
hmm Yeah.
I got to work on that and stuff like that. I just wanted to share that with you. I will share that
Yeah.
again
Yeah.
tomorrow on the live feed because it has to do with that the other picture because the writer was there in front of my brother. If y'all
hmm
remember the picture where my brother's standing and that same thing,
Yeah.
it's
I
right in
mean,
front of him
and it
and,
was
and
really
something
black.
writing it. Yeah.
Yeah. You can see it's real black. I mean, blacker than black. Um. Yeah. I saw that, Abe. I want to get a better view of it tomorrow. You know.
Yeah,
It was like. Yeah.
I'm gonna work on all that. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, he said somebody says it looks like that he's holding a staff. Well, I'm gonna look at the wider picture on the regular video, see if I can capture the image of the writer,
Mm-hmm.
how he
Yeah.
looks. If I
Yeah.
can capture that, I'm thinking what I'm gonna do because they moved real fast, faster than regular speed.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try to slow down the video as slow as I can to
Mm-hmm.
capture what's riding that the creature or demon,
Yeah.
whatever it is.
Yeah. He's writing on the servant. I mean, that reminds me of those writings. You know, he would mention, and then Solomon will mention, and he will appear riding a wolf, or this demon will appear on a bear, on an angry bear. This demon will appear on a crocodile. Just those images you just showed me reminds me of that. And according to that literature, Abe, you know what I'm saying? Because you see the demon on top of a beast. Well, and then actually that means like in certain terms it's like a authority, like a duke, like a prince, a demonic ruler. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what I get when I see that. I was like, oh, it reminds me of that, of those writings. But I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm just speculating, But I look forward to tomorrow, Abe. I'll be here, man.
Yeah.
I'll be
All right.
here, and
Is there
I'll
anything
try.
you
I
want
think
to say
I had a couple of
to the viewers
stories.
before
Huh?
you go? Would you like to say something to the viewers before you go?
Oh yeah. Hey, everybody, have a good evening, and it was fun. I had a good time, and I hope you guys all did too. And God bless you all, and hopefully see you guys tomorrow. I had a good time, and have a good night, guys. Okay, we'll see you, and God bless you.
God bless you.
God bless you. Good night, Abe. I'll see you
Good
tomorrow
night,
or
brother.
tonight.
All right, tonight.
Good night, Abe. I'll see you tonight, man.
Good night.
Goodbye. Good night.
Yes, tomorrow is I'm gonna show the short reel that I created where it's growling and it's there. Uh, there was a lot of activity that day, uh, but I was waiting to show the short reel for World Wednesday because that's what it seems like to me. It is what I see, but this one is low to the ground. It's not standing up. It's low to the ground, like it's just looking, like it's hiding or waiting to attack or something like that. But I'll show that tomorrow on the short reel, and I'll take a screenshot of it, and I will debunk the video further to see what else I find. But in saying that, I want to thank to everybody that was on the panel, to the moderators, to everybody that's still tuning in here, those that tune in every night, late at night. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. Uh, I might start tomorrow or Wednesday, maybe 10:30 or 11, depends how I feel. We'll see. 10:30 or 11, But thank you all for tuning in. God bless y'all. Y'all have a beautiful, blessed night. And as always, remember to always maintain your heavenly love foundation, no matter what the circumstance or situation is. And you're never alone because Jesus Christ is always with you. Good night, everybody. Thank you, Sister Madeline, Sister Brenda. Oh, bro, tomorrow, bro. But tomorrow, I think my brother's right there. Tomorrow, we're going to share all that. We'll show the writer again tomorrow. Good night, everybody. Peace out.